that first year with that relining of the tank is kind of difficult to project out, given those funds are needed within 2022.
All right, let's start with questions from the board for Ty. Anything? What? Okay. Dave?
Hi, Ty. It's Dave Knutson. One question's a little bit stupid, but it's about for town staff, is what prevents out-of-town water companies from allowing taps? Words, can out-of-town water companies provide taps? They can't. Is that correct?
So there are a few out-of-town water companies who own taps that aren't assigned, that they purchased at the formation of their water company. And so they can, because those are on standby, they would be able to provide those should someone want to develop a piece of property on their water line. But a water company has to come to the town to buy taps if they don't have taps. And of course, they're not available, so they would not be able to.
Is there a significant number of those? I'm just thinking what might affect costs.
No, there's about 100 taps on standby total when you take out the arch coal taps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One of the questions that arose last time when we were with you, and I thank you for coming out here and the report and stuff. Again, I was really impressed with how much ammunition that gives us as far as making wise decisions. I was curious, we had talked a little bit about dropping from 60-40 to a 55-45 ratio, and I don't know if that was incorporated at all. I didn't see it.
And so the question is, were we able to incorporate the base rate versus variable rate ratio?
Correct.
And so that one is a little tricky to manipulate there. If the idea was to bring base rates higher than the variable cost, like increase that ratio, which is what, if we're looking at fixed costs, trying to account for those a little better, any increase in base rate would increase that variable. And so even on the number 6, are we still good, Cindy? I want to just make sure everybody can hear me. Okay. So as a way to incorporate that, I actually went into an alternative 6. I was just trying to use some of my expertise and experience with this, and I included the base rate as well as a year-over-year percentage increase on years 3 and 4 in the base rate. That would bring us roughly a in-town residential user would have a base rate of roughly $39 after year 4 with those increases. And so to incorporate that variable and that ratio would be to increase base rate and keep your variable or usage rates the same across the board with no increases. And so those have been incorporated with that component into alternative 6.
Thank you for that. I was actually thinking the opposite, that we were going to rely a little more on usage and try to keep the base rate for those with fixed incomes lower, but I understand your rationale. One of the things that really grabbed me when I read your report was how much or how little out-of-town users pay compared to their water use. I think that graph that showed that was really an eye-opener for me. The second thing that was a big eye-opener was also how much the low water users pay compared to the high water users as far as their usage, the amount of water they use, and then what percentages they pay. And I remember correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you said that it's often industry standard that out-of-town users pay 1.5 times the in-town rate. Was that correct, or was that just a ballpark figure?
It's not necessarily an industry standard. I would say that it is a common practice for municipalities to employ that 1.5 times, with the assumption that the infrastructure to get there is costing more, but that is variable depending on how far that out-of-town user is from the location. So that extra or that 1.5 times is focused on the maintaining of the infrastructure that has to get that water out there.
Thanks. I really liked your alternative 6 too, so thanks for that.
And I would like to add a small comment based on those questions in the charts that talked about the users in the water that they use versus what they pay. On the low end users, that is also incorporating the base rate. So these are individuals that use very little water but still have the $32 as a base rate. So that's partially why you see that disparity there. And within the new tier structure, I was actually able to incorporate a potential if the trustees approve one of these alternatives, but this is actually not charging customers up to the first 1,000 gallons. So this can offset some of that cost for those low users, that the base rate will actually incorporate the first 1,000 gallons. And there would be no usage charge for that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, other questions for Ty? Yes, Michelle.
I don't actually have questions for Ty, just comments for board discussion. So I don't know if we need Ty on the line for that, but I do want to say thank you very much. I think this does give us a great starting point and a lot of data to work with.
Well, do we need to keep Ty on
You're
the
welcome.
line? I think it might be beneficial as we move through this. Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and bring up your points.
All right, I'm just going to go through it straight through the document with comments, but again, I don't want to monopolize the discussion, so please stop me if somebody else wants to jump in. So my first comment is on our current rate structure, page 15 of the packet. This is section 2.5. We've got in-town, we've got the in-town residential, out-of-town residential, in-town commercial, out-of-town commercial. And as Corinne described to the board and for the public, right now that's based on zoning. But as has been pointed out to us by the public, we don't have zoning anywhere in our code connected to how we make those determinations for utilities. So to me, that's an issue. So I think I'd like to see us revisit that and how we categorize, because if you just look at our zoning map, there are certainly people who are in zone C1, C2 that are not doing commercial activities. They are residential properties, and they're being billed at the commercial base rate. And I just don't see the fairness in that. So I think we need to revisit that.
And that's fair. That's going to have to be a discussion outside this budget discussion, that is for sure. And we can look at that because it's going to be an involved process to change that. And we really do need to come up with the rationale for it, and then to take into account in next year's budget what that is going to do to our rates, because it is going to change how much money we actually bring in.
So one suggestion, and we floated this around last year and didn't end up doing anything with it, would be to not differentiate and charge. Basically what Dave was saying is that we could increase our usage rates, and I really like Ty's suggestion of maybe the base rate represents a certain amount of water and everybody gets that amount of water for that base rate, and then the usage rates are where we build up and differentiate costs a little bit more. And I think we could do that with one rate. I don't know that we need to differentiate between residential and commercial if we don't have a good way to define those. And it seems to me that right now we don't. And I do understand the rationale of in-town versus out-of-town because of the extra infrastructure distance and cost associated with that. But when we're saying an in-town residentially zoned or commercial zoned property, but both are being used the same way, I don't see the difference.
Okay, other board discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we can go forward unless the board would like to make a recommendation here.
I think what Ty has suggested to us that we look at meters, and that's a really long-range plan, but that seems the fairest way to be able to do it, is look at use and eventually move to meters. So I think that's way more fair than zoning and makes a lot more sense, and it's based on water usage. We would really have to look at the cost of that because we've replaced a lot of meters in town already, so we might be really behind the 8 ball on that. But it's worth studying, but not now.
Right.
In other words, not yet.
I agree with that, and I like the idea of moving to meters, but I don't think that means we need to continue with our current unfair practice. I would like to see us move to an in-town base rate and an out-of-town base rate. And as Ty was suggesting, for each of those, that base rate also includes your first tier of water.
Well, that leaves us with the question of what's that going to do to our finances, and can we actually afford to do that at this point in time, considering what we have to do in 2022? I think that we do not have the luxury right now of being able to analyze that sufficiently in the time that we have left to complete this budget in this cycle. I think if we want to do this, then yeah, we go ahead, we look at the figures, we make a long-term plan on this and implement it in 2022. Other board thoughts on this? Oh, Dave.
I don't want to monopolize either, but one of the concerns I have with that plan, Michelle, would be looking at the people that are low income, because if all of a sudden we're changing to one base rate, what that means is we have to recoup the higher base rates of commercial onto residential, which would really impact people in the low income. That's my guess. We wouldn't need to see numbers on that, but I'd be concerned about doing that right now. It feels like it's too much of a knee jerk to me.
Okay, I'll say from my perspective, I would not want to see that as an increase in the base rate. I would want to see that as an increase in usage cost on the high end. And I think that accomplishes a couple of things for us. One, if we can reduce our base rate for everyone, that makes it a less regressive system. Because the higher the base rate, you're right, the more impact it's going to have on lower income people in town. Whereas if we instead make our highest tiers quite a bit more expensive per gallon while reducing our base rate, I think we can get to the same point. We just have to figure out what the numbers are to get us there. And that would also help us encourage conservation, which is a goal we've talked about having. I think right now with well, that's another one of my comments later. I'll get to that one. But yeah.
Yes, Mick.
I think one thing that Ty brought up in his presentation was that tap size also has infrastructure costs. So I think we do have to consider tap size for all these different locations, residential or commercial. So in order to do that, that's going to take a while to figure out. So I think we probably need to hold off until next year as well.
And the thing is, we can change our water rates anytime we want to. So it's not like we have to do it tonight or next week or the week after. So this is something we can implement in 2022 after we look at it and examine it thoroughly and not just jump into it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I'd be happy to bring some data back to the board. I know that Ty has already done a considerable amount of work for us, and so I can, if it would help clarify, I can bring some data back to the board on the structures I'm suggesting.
Great, wonderful, thank you. So, next.
So the next comment is on page 16, section 2.6. It mentions that water conservation is a priority for us. And as I started to mention, I don't think our current structure really achieves that. Because we have such a high base rate compared to our usage rates, it takes a really significant reduction in water use to see much of a difference in cost. So just as an example, for easy math, if someone is using 10,000 gallons a month, which is a high water user on our system, that's 75th percentile. For in-town residential, their current bill would be $62.30 for 1 month. If they reduce their usage by 20%, it only reduces their cost by 10%, or $6.60. So there's not a whole lot of incentive to actually reduce. And as our base rate gets higher, those numbers only get worse. So if it's an out-of-town commercial customer in the same situation, the difference is only 7.5% in their cost, even with a 20% reduction in water use. So I think we need to look at our usage tiers and what we're trying to accomplish, what our goals are for our water. And if conservation really is one of our goals, then I think we need to skew more to the usage rather than the base rate.
Other comments from the board on that? Okay, seeing none. Next. Yes, Trustee Buninger.
There was a comment in the presentation that even if we do have conservation, we do, and they do lower, then we lose money actually from what we, and so the base rate will have to go up to make the same.
So I know that is an issue with conservation, then we'd end up getting in less in 1 year, but I think that would be an opportunity for us to revisit our rates and adjust the usage rate to continue bringing in what we need to bring in. I still think we make the usage more expensive, and yes, it's going to drop some use, and then we bring the rate up to bring in the same amount, and it's a balancing act, but everybody's going to use water. People aren't going to completely stop using water, and my understanding is we actually have pretty consistent use on our water system, so it's not like we're creating a lot of, it's not a huge amount of variation even when we ask people to conserve, because there's a base amount of water that everybody needs.
And it's true that the winter usage is somewhere and the summer usage is different. So we do have variation in our water use. It just depends on the season and also how much water is falling out of the sky at any given time as well. But I agree with Trustee Buninger that, yeah, that's something we need to take into account. And it seems to me that, according to Ty's models, the first 2 years that you do conservation, you actually see a change. And then it goes back up. And if we're constantly moving rates up to recoup that money, I mean, it seems like we're shooting ourselves in the foot there as far as keeping it affordable. So we need to look at that as well.
Well, if we could expect 2 years of decrease and then it to start to come back up, I think we could account for that in our model.
Again, this is not a quick decision.
Okay, my next comment is on page 23, and then this is the capital asset plan. And I brought this up in our last session, but I feel like I wasn't super clear. So I want to say that I really appreciate having all of this data lined out, but I also disagree with a couple of assumptions here. The first assumption is that to fully fund our capital improvement plan, we should be looking at projects up to 100 years from now. And I would say to the board, think about how much technology has changed in the last 100 years, how much processes have changed in the last 100 years. How reliable is this going to be for any cost prediction 100 years out? I just find that pretty unrealistic that we would have anything close to an accurate prediction. So I would like to look at a shorter time frame with a reevaluation more frequently. My second comment on that is, or my second...
Yes. Oh, Ty, yes.
I do want to just point out that the other alternatives did look at that shorter time frame. So while I didn't provide the entirety of the document that you see on 4.1. Within the other scenarios, I did run the scenario taking those items that needed to be replaced in 50 and in 30 years out of the capital improvement projection.
Gabe?
Regarding technology changes, technology can make it more expensive.
Absolutely. So that's why it could make it more expensive or less expensive, but I think saying what it's going to be with any reliability that far out is tough.
Yes, Mick.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Although if you have a replacement in 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, I think you do have to allow for some kind of replacement value towards that. Otherwise, you know, we're going to be stuck with, someone else will be stuck with what we're looking at right now.
Yes, I would agree with that as well. And, you know, my thinking on this went to the Native Americans who look at this, when they make a decision, they look to the 7th generation. They don't look to their children. They don't look to their grandchildren. They say, what is the impact of what we're doing today out 7 generations? And the truth of the matter is it changes your perspective and it changes how you deal with things. If we keep doing the short term instead of thinking about Paonia in the long term, we will keep stubbing our toe and making mistakes. I think we really need to take a longer view when we do these things. There will be things that need to be replaced in 30 years. There will be things that need to be replaced in 100 years. No, we can't say what that exactly is going to be, but if we're banking money to have it there with that long-term vision, chances are much greater that we will be able to meet those commitments no matter what they are.
Okay, so the second assumption.
Yes, Ty.
Sorry, no, just right here. So when I discuss the fully funding the capital improvements, I think a key component that needs to be considered here is that people are using that infrastructure today. And that value today for like that one item that we talked about, the first one on this capital improvement was a pipe that was installed last year. Because that is being used right now, people need to contribute to that use of that pipe. That would be the rationale that the water industry uses for going out that far. And they're suggesting that this year, the annual use of that pipe would be the 855. And so it's not so much looking that far ahead with a projection of cost, but rather people are using it right now, and that's what the projection would be. But that will always change, as you mentioned, with technology. It could go lower or higher. And I have heard the comments of we need to relook at this rate structure on a regular basis, and that's very true. This is very fluid, and this is simply a snapshot with a hopeful projection, but in 3 years, it could be very different.
Thank you, Ty.
Okay, the second assumption on that table that I disagree with is that expenses should be evenly divided annually over the expected life of the asset. Because what we're doing is effectively increasing our upfront expenses by considering inflation in the eventual expected cost, but not in the method we're using to meet that cost. So I think if we're considering inflation and what that cost is going to look like, we should also consider inflation in what we're setting aside. So if you just look at that first line, the water main, this is one, goes out 99 years. So the projected inflation rate, if I did my math correctly, and Ty can tell me if I didn't, is about 3% to get to that cost at 99 years. And if we apply that same projected inflation rate to the amount we set aside each year for reserve, then the first year set aside for that project is not $856, it's $185. So that has the potential to change our math quite a bit, and I think it's worth looking at.
And so there was a consideration for investment interest. And so if investment interest goes up, that would also change this projection. We used a 0.5%, but if 20 years from now that fund gets a higher interest, that could absolutely increase the reserves that you have.
So again, I would be happy to use my math on the whole table and bring that back to the board. I did not have time before this meeting to do that, but then we could see. And the number for that first one is admittedly far more dramatic than some of them will be because that's such a long time frame, but I still think that that could make a significant difference in what we need to set aside annually.
Okay. Moving on. Yes, Michelle.
Okay, so I have one more comment on this, and this is again for board and staff. At no time in this process has staff or board attempted to address our needs by cost reduction rather than revenue increase. And I think that's absolutely worth considering, whether we can run our water system in a more efficient way, in a less expensive way, because that could also help us get to a balanced budget without making it harder on our community members to make their monthly payments.
Does staff have a comment on that one?
The main comment that I would make is that there's about 10% that is variable. Everything else is fixed. And one of the biggest reasons that our cost and specific to water have gone up as much as they had is because we're now operating 2 plants full time. And it actually costs more to operate the 1 million treatment plant than it does the 2, because we have permits at the 1 that are not required at the 2. So that's a big reason. And that is board direction to keep both of them online at all times instead of running the other plant so that it can be a backup, which it can be now. We can still be running that plant the shortened hours and having it so that if there was a situation, it could come back online. In the water issue that we had, it was brought back online, but because it hadn't passed all the tests, it was brought back online under a boil order. If we had already completed all the tests, the boil order wouldn't have been necessary. That tank would have been brought back on immediately, and that would have deferred a lot of the issues we saw. So when you're talking about deferring cost in order to decrease rate increases, that would be something that you might want to think about and reconsider.
Yes, Michelle.
I'd like to hear why we're running both all the time if they're not needed. And I understand maybe when we were in drought conditions, it might have been closer to necessary. But if that's a way we can achieve some cost savings without doing anything detrimental to our system, and also a way we could probably reduce wear on some of our components, I think that's absolutely something we should consider doing.
I would agree, and we're running them all the time because that was specifically the direction that the board provided at the meeting, was that they wanted both tanks online all the time. So that's why we did that.
So approximately, if you can pull it out of a hat, how much would we save by having the 1 million strictly as a backup versus having it run all the time?
That's going to take a few minutes because we're going to have to think about the amount of testing that's pulled, because it does require more testing, the chemicals and things like that too. So,
and so here's my second question then is, if we were to have an issue at the 2 million, how long would it be to get that 1 million back up and running and completely tested so that we wouldn't have to go under a boil order? Because it seems to me if we're not testing it and running it on a regular basis, then there is a ramp-up time.
have Travis answer that.
The testing for the 1 million, most of it is annually testing. So if we're running it just a little bit to make sure the membranes stay wet and everything's good, if we don't have to do any testing. If we bring it back online, we have that year to do the testing. How long does it take me to? 30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour.
So if we could get some kind of idea how much that would save us, then we could make a decision on that. Yeah, Dave?
Is there any need to run both water plants to provide information to the engineering companies?
No, because we're still collecting the data. The water would just be spilled, so they would have the spilled data with no production water. We just have the production would be from just one plant.
Well, I think what Michelle's bringing up is something that reminds me of my first professional job. Way back in '79, we had a finance director that he was in the public sector, and what he said is that the true geniuses are people that can accomplish a lot without spending a lot. And I think that's what Michelle's principle is here, is let's try to be as conservative as we can on the way we are deploying staff and the way we are going out to bid for equipment and the way we're purchasing things, so that we don't get out of line. And the more we do that, the better off we are.
All right, so I want to point out we are already at 5:35. If we want to discuss something besides the water tonight, then we really need to get a move on this. Other comments, questions? Oh, Trustee Button.
That whether we do one tank or two doesn't reflect on the rates that we have to decide upon tonight. So, I mean, I know we're not making any decision in this workshop, but this may be something to consider for the future as well as the different rate changes. But for now, we need to decide on, are we raising our rates $5? Yes or no?
And I would ask staff if that's the direction. The question that we need to answer tonight is, are we going to raise water rates or tier structure, and what that is going to look like so that you can put together another budget with those new figures in it. Is that correct?
So we do need a consensus on which scenario, or not using one of the scenarios the board wants in the budget that you will see at the next workshop, which we are anticipating we'll need to set during the regular meeting for next Tuesday.
Yes, Michelle.
So my preference would be that, given, like you said, this is complicated, this is going to take some time for us to work on this data and make a good decision that's not a short-term decision, and that we can raise water rates anytime. I would not like to raise rates at this time. I think that's a knee-jerk reaction and is not in the best interest of our community if we're going to be revisiting more of the details regarding our rate structure in the coming months. So I would rather hold our rates right where they are for the coming year's budget and keep this as an agenda item heading into January, February, so that we can make a well-informed decision.
Okay, yes, Dave.
I think we have the data for a well-informed decision. I think we have a lot of expertise that has gone into this, and I'm in favor of looking at scenario 6.
And I would agree with Dave as well, because we do have that tank lining we have to accomplish. And putting off collecting more revenue to cover that tank lining is not something that we can shuffle down the road very far at all, if at all. So if we pick a scenario, write it into the budget, and then revisit that, that's fine. But I think we need to make some basic decisions. And personally, I like scenario 6 the best as well. Mick.
Yeah, I think we need to listen to the professionals here. They have suggested that scenario 2, 3, or 6 would reflect the true costs of our town and cost of the system. I'm actually looking at scenario 2 as there's not an increase in base or usage for 5 years. Is that correct, Ty? Well,
So
Thank you.
scenario 2 is no increases at all?
It is only the initial $5 in base rate.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone else have a preferred scenario? Yes, Tammy.
I don't have another preferred scenario. I actually do like this one the best, but I think we need to be careful that we don't just say, well, we raised the rates, so right now we don't need to do anything. I think we should take Trustee Pattison's advice and get right on this and make it a priority. And I would hate to see the board just make this a priority and then let it slip to the next meeting and the next meeting and the next meeting until here we are at budget time again. So I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate here. I think we need to stay on task and jump on this right after we get this budget done, right after the new year.
And, go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to ask Trustee Meck, you were obtuse about what was your preferred scenario.
I'm with Mick. I like scenario 6.
Trustee Budinger, do you have a preferred scenario?
Hello? I like 6.
Okay, and I agree. One of the things that, got an email from Karen Fogg today, and one of her comments was, we hash and rehash and rehash and rehash, and it takes us forever to make a decision. And I would tend to agree with her. We put things out there and we put it off, and we discuss it again, and we put it off and we discuss it again, and it takes us forever to come to some kind of conclusion. We do not need every tiny little bit of data to make a decision. We can make some decisions without that and then revisit them as needed. But I think that we do need to come up with a scenario for the budget for next week. So it looks like the consensus is 3 people like scenario 6, 4 people like scenario 6, 1 person likes scenario 2, 1 person wants no scenario at all. So I think at this point we've got the majority of the board is saying let's project on scenario 6.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just for the board also, and it's not necessary to go into it this evening, and unfortunately I didn't receive it earlier because the engineer that we asked questions to about this was out of town, but I did reach out to him and ask him if he could reach out to the industry when it comes to the tank lining and get an idea of what they've been seeing for projections for percentage increases year over year. And he did send me that data today. Of course, not in our favor. Nothing gets less expensive. He said they've been seeing about a 20% increase in one area year over year. And now that I have that data and we do have direction, we'll input that into the budget, and I will get this sent out to the board and the Advisory Water Committee for their reference as well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Michelle, before we move on to other parts of the budget? Okay. So, yeah, Dave.
Well, I just wanted to comment. I'm sure Ty has never seen councils that either kick the can down the road or can't make a decision, but I wanted to again thank you for your work on this. It's been really, really helpful.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Markle. Oh. Right over there. Yeah.
Here, it's fine.
Hey, Ty, I had one quick question. In your opening remarks from your meeting last week, you stated that, as I recall, the base rate, if we wanted to fully fund the water system only through base rate, it would be about $81. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm assuming that's it for Ty. So thank you so much, Ty, for all your time last week and for doing that, coming again via the airwaves for
And that
this week.
fast turnaround.
Yeah, and the fast turnaround. Oh my gosh, I was very impressed. Thank you very much. All right.
And you're very welcome. Thank you.
All right. Looking forward to working with you in the future. All right. Let's move on to other parts of the budget. Do we have questions, comments? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I sent an email, but I just thought it'd be better to confirm this publicly. I can see that we can now download the financials out of ClearGov, and I wanted to confirm whether that's the same data you're working with and updated regularly so that we can use that as a reliable Excel version of the budget.
So not if you're the data that when we do any updates, it takes about 5 to 7 business days for ClearGov to turn around and have that updated and uploaded into their system. So there may always be a little bit of a delay depending on when you pull it, on whether or not you're seeing the most recent data.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that option's there, though. That's very helpful. So I did request at the last session an updated payroll allocation among the different funds, and it looks like that wasn't included. Could we get that for the next budget work session?
I believe it was, so because we republished the packet, I inadvertently attached it under disbursements in the packet on Friday, but we did move that and it was attached to this packet. Let me see. What happened?
Is page 53? Is that what we're talking about?
No, so what I'm looking for is the payroll allocation that was provided in the budget workshop in September, where it showed the positions and which funds were contributing to each position, and that was changed quite a bit, and that was not a complete table as we discussed during that session, so I was looking for an update of that.
Cindy, and we can put that in the packet, and if you want to see it now, Cindy can also project it if you'd like to see it.
I expect
No.
I'll have questions, but I'll want some time to look at it. So for the next workshop, it'd be fine.
We will have that out and it'll be in for the workshop on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Other comments, concerns? Yes, Michelle.
Is there any kind of summary on what has changed here since the last version of the budget and what was driving those changes? Because it's not, just looking through this, I can't tell which numbers were changed. It's not easy to cross-reference against the last version.
So I had the spreadsheet that's up on the screen actually shows the difference between actuals that I presented at the draft and the current estimated actuals, which estimate through December. It also puts out the original, or it has the original 2022 budget numbers that I put out in the draft, and then the new revised budget numbers. Those are updated as I get updated information from wherever I get it from. So, yeah, so for revenues and expenses, as I get updated information, I update it so that when we get to the final budget that you're going to approve in December, you have the most current, most accurate numbers. So they're updated through the process, either from what I hear at the meetings that you want updated, or data that's coming in from are sources that tell me that what the numbers are going to potentially be. Then they get updated when I receive it, so that the budget you get before the public hearing will have the most up-to-date numbers possible. From there, it won't change. That's the numbers that you'll have to approve in December.
Okay, that's helpful, and seeing those two columns together is really great. If we could get before next Tuesday's session, and I know, Corinne, you sent it to me tonight, and I requested it very late, but if we could get the Excel version that shows those for next week as well in advance of the meeting, I just find that so helpful to be able to look at the numbers together. And my wish list would include having some notes on there. So, like, for example, if you're looking just in general fund administration, grant revenue has increased. In column M, it was 35,000. In the revised, it's 50,000. Is there a specific grant that we expect to get that made that change? Like, where did that come from? It's hard to interpret the data without a little bit of explanation of when things change, why are they changing, if it was board direction, if it was data from the state. Does that make sense?
And so to that point, why did that change? That was going to be one of my questions, is what are we looking at for that budget line under grant and general administration?
Because I found that a grant that we have this year is going to end up being carried forward, and that is it includes the amount that will be being carried forward.
And out of curiosity, what grant is that?
Asset inventory.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's exactly the kind of information that I think would be super helpful. And I am not going to line item this thing and ask you about every line where I see a difference, but it would help explain a lot if those could just be provided up front.
Okay, any other questions, concerns about the budget? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and look at public safety spending again. And I know Back the Badge had a big impact here, but our public safety spending is projected to be up 170% since 2020. And I know there are some parts of that we can't move around, but there are any other pieces of revenue there that might make sense to reallocate somewhere else, because that just seems like a really big jump.
There's about $8,500 that could be potentially moved somewhere else, but then I'm going to have to move sales tax back to cover it because of the expenditures.
So why are we spending that much more than we were 2 years ago? 170% more for the department.
Salary increases, which is what the Back the Badge was for.
I mean, one of the confounding things with our budget is it has to zero out. So our tax revenues have increased. When we passed the 1% tax revenue back in 2018, that had big impacts on our budget. Having the sales tax from marijuana is going to make a big difference in our budget, as well as the per sale $5 charge. So our budget increases as our revenues increase, with the exception of the enterprise funds, which operate differently than the general fund.
So I understand that they have to balance, but that, in my mind, that doesn't mean that every dollar we bring in has to be spent. We can also put money in reserve, so then we're planning for the future. And so I mentioned this last time. I think we have a tendency to overspend or to behave like a rich community when we're not. And I'd just like to see us being a little more mindful of our spending.
Dave?
I tend to agree on that reserve thing. The thing that's the conundrum about the public safety budget is that we can't spend it in other areas, and it's hard, you can't pull it out of there because our commitment to the voters was we're not going to spend less in public safety, and we're going to add this amount. So personally, I like the idea of some kind of reserves because eventually they're going to need more office space. So that would be a good thing to think about in the future. Also, I like to see an incredible amount of training for officers because the ability of an officer to decompress a situation is so huge. And a lot of the post-training, I hope I'm wrong, but I think a lot of the post-training does not focus on that, but focuses on shooting and traffic stops and driving cars fast and things like that, but not how to diffuse the situation.
Well, and actually, Dave, every year the officers do get that training through post. And they get 100+ hours of training every year. And that's a lot of training. And you have to pull people off the streets to give them that training. And so you have to have coverage and all the rest of that. So yeah, the police get a lot of training. Yes, Michelle.
So my understanding on the sales tax is that we need to keep the sales tax at the level it was when Back the Badge passed. But what we've done this year is actually increase it by about $10,000, the town sales tax allocated to the police department. So I feel like I'm not sure why we're doing that, basically, because our police department is basically flush with cash when some of our other departments in the general fund are not. So I would like to see us reallocate some of that to parks maybe, or to streets.
Yes, Dave.
That's a really good point because today I stopped into town hall and just talked a little bit about what are we going to do about grants because the infrastructure bill was built and I'd like to see a grant writer built into the budget, and you know it's $10,000–$15,000 for a good grant writer, I would guess.
No, Dave, it is not. It is closer to 30 or okay, it's closer to $30,000 or $40,000 for a good. All right, now, and here's the thing, is because I looked into this when we were at the Blue Sage to find a grant writer. And that was, gosh, almost 5 years ago. And it was $40,000 5 years ago. So a grant writer is not a cheap thing. And again, we do have pro bono expertise we can pull in to write these grants. You don't have to have a lot of technical knowledge to write a grant for infrastructure. What you have to have is a person who can write to the grant request and to use the correct verbiage in writing to the grant request and to be able to massage those words so it's compelling.
I was merely making a suggestion. I didn't ask for a lecture. Thank you.
And I apologize. Yes. Pay.
Last night, so you have changed, I guess I'm just, so are we going to be able to see this electronically?
Yes, this is going to be what's in the packet for the next board meeting. This was updated today and was the email that Michelle was referring to that was emailed to her in an Excel spreadsheet. So,
Okay,
yes.
it's a little difficult to follow along. Just expressing my frustration. Thank you. Guess what? This isn't. No, I am.
Move it forward. There you go.
I have to, but it's being very persnickety.
Okay, yes, Michelle.
Okay, so I'm looking in the packet at page 46. And hang on, there we are. So I'm wondering why we separate out the water usage fees in the budget, but not in the actual. So that makes it harder to do a direct comparison of what we're estimating versus bringing in.
So this is actually something that we're trying to move toward. We think it would be very useful for budgeting and for tracking. So we've talked with Cassell and got some initial data and are going to revise so that we're able to track it. Right now, the base and usage all goes under one number in Cassell, so some real fancy work has to be done to try to separate it out. And so that's why you haven't seen it that way before, but you will start seeing it that way once we finish getting that revision made in the Cassell software.
Thank you. And then looking at page 52, we've got the $10,000 line item for computers. Page 52 of the packet, so it's capital improvement allocations. The kind of purple and white spreadsheet. I thought from previous discussions that those were computers specifically for the police department, so I'm wondering why that's not, why we're not budgeting for that within the police department rather than capital.
The police public safety vehicles are included in the budget. They're not on this capital improvement allocation. The computers that you see there, and again, we were trying to take some of the direction to simplify the verbiage. So that would be if there was a network computer or something in our network server room, or if something failed on a computer in the administration building, that's what the $10,000 budget line is for. The 10,000 for the police department is in the general fund under the police department expenses.
Okay, and same with you mentioned there was vehicle expense that was specific to the police department. I think we should budget that in the police department rather than just in capital.
We'll have to look at it. What Cindy's telling me right now is that there's currently not room in the way that it's built in the police department to put the vehicle in there. So we'll have to look at that.
I don't want to get into it too much right now because it's not even in here, but I would also like to revisit our contracts and vendors during our next work session, because that was scheduled for the work session that got canceled. So we've never talked about that in a work session this year.
Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like a lot of these capital improvement allocations, we carry over from year to year. I mean, it's here and we can spend it, but we tend to carry a lot of it over, and you can look in 2021, the years on the right, to see how much we do carry over from year to year. So this is almost like having a reserve. Is that correct?
So 1% of the sales tax goes into capital improvement. That is generally used for large ticket items for the general fund, and it can only be used for the general fund. It cannot be used for an enterprise fund. So the big ticket items are what generally come out of capital improvement, not and so we don't always get everything. We have high expectations when we do the budget, and reality doesn't allow enough time to get it all accomplished. As you can see, there's the $90,000 that you've already approved for the vehicles for the police department. It's sitting there, but it hasn't been billed yet, so I can't take it out of there until I pay it. So that's why it gets carried over year to year, because you have to carry it over to use it. And this fund is a fund where you use it all. It's intended to use every penny of it for what the board chooses to allocate it to.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
In reality, in perfect world, it would be zero at the end of every year.
Michelle.
It's all right. I'm going to move on.
Ladies, but you have to wear a mask to come into this room. There are masks at the table there. Dave. Sorry. Other comments? Questions? Okay, anything from the audience? Yes, Suzanne. Brand. Anything else? Yes, Christina.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Except for those things that are already ordered.
From never
Yes, Thomas.
A couple things. One, I just noticed this equipment's still not working in this room. I'll remind you guys that we spent $10,000, or $10,000 was spent last year without your approval to replace a lot of this stuff. I don't know. Nobody cares. So I thought in the last budget discussion that this $10,000 for the computers and the police vehicles was discussed about, there was a discussion about removing it. Am I mistaken in that recollection? Because what I recall was we have 2 police officers and 6 vehicles, and we're talking about replacing vehicles. Like, that seems like an incredibly stupid waste of money to me. This budget, once again, is like a wish list from staff to you guys, which you seem to pretty much just check off, and then at the end of the year, like, everybody gets new stuff, and then I have to pay for it. Can't you just say no once in a while, please? Thank you.
So as to your comment about the computers, they were not taken off, and we did not suggest that they were taken off. They are part of the police budget because they are needed. As for the police cars,
Right,
yes, we
needed.
currently have 2 we currently have 3 officers, and our full complement is 6. It is not 3.
Okay.
So we will get there, and all those police cars will be utilized.
We'll get on top of this crime wave we had since we've reduced our police force, right? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Thomas.
Mayor, also,
Yes.
there was no discussion about removing the vehicle. The discussion was about looking at alternatives and not always buying the newest vehicle, which is historically what the police department has done with the previous chief, always buying and finding the best deals and used and the hand-me-downs from other departments. And it was at board direction, and some of those large increases, as discussed earlier with public safety, was that we move their wages up and that we provide them with that equipment, including, so after that, it did occur to me, I thought it was a good question as to why they don't share a vehicle. And so I did ask Neil, why don't you do that when you have people on alternative shifts? And he said, because when you have the 2-man coverage, and when, luckily it doesn't happen often, but it does, when there is an incident that requires officers to show up when they're on call, you can't have shared vehicles. You can't, if there's an emergency and you're on call, which typically in Paonia, you're always on call, you can't come to the PD, switch out a vehicle, get in a vehicle to get to a domestic violence call or to get to those things. And like I said, while those big ones don't happen often here, and we're thankful for that we don't have a huge crime wave, they do happen. And you want them to be equipped to handle that situation as quickly as possible when they do occur.
All right, we've got 1 minute left. Anything else? Yes, Cindy.
I heard you want me to incorporate scenario 6 into the water. That's what I heard. The end? Okay, just checking.
Quickly.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. It'd be nice if we're buying new equipment and vehicles to also have that rendering of the inventory of what we have, so that in a comprehensive manner, and every year we buy new stuff and we sell the old stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It is 6:15, so I'm going to bring this workshop to an end. We will be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, can we have a roll call, please? Present.
Here.
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 Okay, we have a quorum and we can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we change one order of the, under new business, that the town administrator contract review happen prior to the executive session. And that's the only adjustment I'd suggest. Otherwise, I'd suggest approval of the agenda.
Can I get a second on that? Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The amended agenda stands. Next on the agenda is announcements. I do have an announcement. It is with a heavy heart that I have to convey that Trustee Bear has resigned his post immediately. He contacted me this morning. He said that he is leaving for reasons beyond his control. He asked me to convey his regrets and support for the board. He has enjoyed serving on the board for the past 5.5 years and appreciates everyone and their efforts for the town. He hopes others will step up to the plate to serve as well. It is a very sad announcement, and I appreciate all the work that Trustee Bear has done over the years. His voice and his knowledge will be very much missed. Okay, any other announcements?
Yeah, I too want to lionize Mr. Bear. In my opinion, he's shown more growth during his time on the board than anyone else that I've witnessed. I wish him the best. And the accountability petition is on the street. I think we've got almost a third of the required signatures today. So if it comes around to you, please sign it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
We had the Oil and Gas Commission here on Tuesday. It was really great to see them do a hearing in Paonia. I do want to apologize to the board and ask for their pardon because I wasn't planning on making comments. At the end of the meeting, I did make comments, and I forgot to preface those by saying these are my individual comments, not those of the board. So I'll try to be better about doing that. Thank you.
All right, any other announcements? All right, seeing none, the next is the oath of office for Police Officer Lance Kramer.
Mayor, Officer Kramer, and Sergeant Winnett are just clearing a scene, and they will be here in a few moments if we want to move on to visitors and guests and then come back to the swearing in.
Okay. I don't know where we should put this on the agenda, but with the resignation of Trustee Bear, he was Mayor Pro Tem, and because I am having some issues tonight, I would like the board to temporarily approve Dave Knudsen as Mayor Pro Tem. So in case I have to leave, we have somebody who can run the meeting versus having to shut it all down and reschedule. Will that work, Mr. Nerlin?
I think if we could get a motion to that effect and go through the process, that would be great.
Okay.
I move that we approve Dave as Mayor Pro Tem.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Yes. Okay. All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much for your consideration on this. All right, so let's move on with visitors and guests. I would like to reiterate the rules for all citizen comment. So please raise your hand and be recognized prior to speaking. Come to the podium and state your name and street. No public demonstration of any kind, applause or snickering or muttered comments will be allowed. No name calling or personal attacks will be permitted. When you come to the podium, please present factual information. Please do not have conversations in the audience. It is disrespectful and disruptive to the board and those who wish to hear the meeting. If you must have them, please take them out of the room. Comments should be confined to the agenda item only, not related or tangential subjects. Also, all masks, everyone in this room is required to wear a mask if you wish to stay in the room. Otherwise, you can go home and watch this on YouTube. We have our police officers. All right. We're going to go ahead then with the swearing in of Officer Kramer. Oh. Yes.
Would you like me to take a photo? I didn't bring my camera, but I do have my phone.
Tammy, that would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Officer Lance Kramer worked in the Montrose County Sheriff's Department prior to completing the academy in 2019. He served in law enforcement also in Roswell, New Mexico, and we're excited to have him join our force here in the town of Paonia. Lance, I'm just going to read the oath of office, and if you'll just repeat it after me. Okay. I, Lance Kramer, do solemnly swear by the ever-living God that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the state of Colorado, the ordinances of the town of Paonia, and faithfully perform the duties of police officer upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. Welcome, Lance.
Welcome, Officer Kramer. It's nice to have another member of the police department on the streets. I hope to see you out there. Okay, excellent. That's what we want to hear. All right. Who would like to address the board on a subject that is not on the agenda? Yes. Yes. It's the gray button.
Is that good?
And please speak into the mic.
Okay. My name is Joan Hunt, and I live at 220 North Fork.
Okay. You really have to put your mouth close to the mic.
How's that? Is that better? Okay. Joan Hunt, 220 North Fork. I'm not sure if the budget's on the agenda.
We had a budget work session at 5 o'clock this evening. We will have another one next Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
And could someone such as myself come?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Everybody is welcome to come.
Okay, because, but it's not on tonight's agenda, so I'm not really supposed to speak to it right now.
You can speak to it now.
Okay, my concern is, of course, like everybody, is the increase. And I know you guys are addressing it because you're concerned too. And I just wondered how the community will be informed about the justification for the increases, how the money will be spent, how things will be different in 2022 than they were in 2021. and I'm sure you all are concerned too. And as I was walking here, I thought about, supposing we kept it flat, supposing, just for imagination's sake, supposing we said 2021 and 2022 will be the same, how will we suffer? What will go wrong? That if you back into it that way, maybe you get a better feel or a different look. And one more thing, I wondered how I could be notified about the Planning Commission meeting.
So those meetings are posted. They are posted online. They are posted out in front of Town Hall on our message board. Where else, Corinne?
That should do it. Okay, and ahead of time, like a week ahead, or?
The meetings are usually scheduled farther in advance, but the agenda and packet is published a minimum of 48 hours in advance.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yes, Ms. Mack.
You can also subscribe and be notified by email if you have email. You can subscribe on the town website and you'll get notification automatically. So, yeah.
Okay. Would anyone else like to address the board on a subject that's not on the agenda? Yes, Mr. Markle.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street, and I'll try and be brief. Two things I'd like to speak about. One is why I'm here all the time, like why I show up, you know. And it's because my water bill is my impetus for showing up. So I think that the water study that Ty recently finished, Ty Long, does a really good job of illustrating my reason for being here. I asked him a question this evening during the budget session. What would it cost if there was only a base rate in Paonia, right? What would we all pay if there was no meters, it was just pipes to our houses, and we just wanted to have a flat rate? And that rate is $81 a month, right? So I pay $84 a month now. And if your increase of $8 per meter or per whatever fee base rate goes into effect, it'll be 100. So I'm carrying you, right? If everybody was billed $100 a month, we would have so much extra cash in the water system, we could have fountains everywhere, right? It's not fair to me to pay for everybody else's use. I don't use much more water than anybody else. I'm not like a heavy user, okay? I've asked consistently for 4 years for it to be remedied, and the only person with the power to do it appears to be Corinne. You guys don't want to take action, so I don't know what else to do, you know? You just said today that you're not going to revisit it maybe for a year after this, so I guess we'll see maybe by the end of the meeting exactly what happens. But I'm not here just because I like to, you know, rock the boat. I'm getting rocked is how it works. I don't want to be here. The second thing I was going to talk about briefly is that you brought up a grant writer. And I want to let you know that you had, you very nearly had a professional grant writer join your team a couple years ago when Amanda's position was open. Michelle, who some of you may not know, was a professional grant writer for Northwestern University in Chicago, Evanston, for 10 years. She wrote multi-million-dollar grants for the cancer center there, spanning a decade, organized all their meetings, did grant administration as well as writing, and as you may know, is awesome all around. And All I had to do was tell her that she'd be working for Ken Knight if she joined your team. And she's like, yeah, that's probably not a good job. And I think you're probably going to have the same problem still with your current team. And I know that there have been letters of support solicited, apparently. Oh, this is on the agenda. I'll speak about it then. But just know that your team can repel professionals. Thanks.
Anyone else? Yes, Chris?
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I appreciate the comments of Thomas and Ms. Hunt, because I feel the same. You know, that's why I started coming to these meetings, is because of the water. And the more I come, the aggravateder I get, because everything keeps going up. You know, and I've been thinking about this a lot, and I'm not a very good speaker, because I'm pretty blunt, and sometimes I, you know, step on toes. And I've been thinking about what the trustees and what your job is and what the employees' jobs are and what the town's job is. Well, the town voted you guys in. They voted you, Mayor, to control the trustees and to watch over the staff. The staff is supposed to be working for the town, not us working for them. And all these raises that are going in and all this stuff, and I mean, something that really got me this week is I was reading the packet, and we can't do this because we need contractors to do it. We've got 16 employees now, and we didn't used to have. There's no more water than we used to have. Yes, there's more things to do in town than there was, but we don't have any more people, and we keep adding more staff and raising the rates. Something's not right. You know, and you guys are the ones that should say, hey, whoa, guys, I like her idea that we need to channel back, don't spend any more money. You know, this will be the 3rd year in a row that you've increased the water. Did any of you read the Merchant Herald this week about 1910 and the town? I mean, it's the same stuff over and over. Why haven't we learned anything? Honestly, I appreciate the board. I appreciate the trustees, the time they put in. And I would like to see some things, and I do appreciate the staff. But you've got to control so that we, the people, that's what government's for. It's not for you guys to run us and tell us we can't laugh and we can't clap and be happy or be mad because something goes on. That's not what you guys are here for. Thank you.
Please. All right. Yes, Ms. Watson?
I want to speak to planning the water system 100 years out and planning our spending for that and looking at these really long-term goals. And I know there's been discussion about it a lot, like we need to do it or maybe we don't need to do it so much. But I think before you consider doing it, thinking 100 years out, in this budget, you really need to do a little bit of strategic planning, comprehensive planning first, because it's pretty reactive. It's reactive based on this water report that you got. But you, as a council, you're here for such a short period of time. There are a few of you who are not going to be on past next April, and you cannot dictate to future councils how they have to run the water system. I mean, it's your best aspiration, but you don't know if it could completely change 5-10 years from now. And if you do these drastic and large increases, it could put such a bad taste in people's mouths and new council members, it will backfire. So I urge you to be gentle, to not look too far ahead. Ease into this. Don't go for like the whole enchilada just now. It's not realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to staff reports.
Mayor
Oh,
Backern,
I'm sorry.
if I may make a motion. I would like to make a motion to include the allocations table suggested by Paige in our next budget session. I agree that that's valuable, and that's what I'm asking for payroll, but to do it just across the budget would be really helpful if we could get that.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Mayor Backern,
Yes.
I have another motion. I would like to move that we add some verbiage to each agenda explaining how members of the public can request to be on the agenda, and that all requests received are listed in the next packet.
All right. Do I hear a second on that one?
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Knutson?
I'm trying to understand the rationale.
Yeah.
Isn't there something in our, right after the agenda, that it explains how the public interacts? Just further explanation, Michelle, so I can be clear on my vote. Thank you.
Sure. So this came up because I had a member of the public email me this week, and she mentioned that she'd like to get involved. She has some issues she wants to bring to the board. She had no idea how to do that. And so I explained her options, but if she doesn't know, there may be other people who don't know as well. And I think just including that on a regular basis so people know how that process works would be helpful. And the other half of that is, I think it'd be useful for the board to know who has requested to be on the agenda. I understand that the mayor and the administrator set the agenda, but we can kind of see what our community members' priorities are if all of those requests come to the board along with the other information.
Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I talked to the same community member, and she did compliment you on how clear that was. So I wonder if we could see that copy and maybe vote on this next time so that that would be the template we'd be voting on. How does that sound?
Sure, that'd be fine. Okay. I will get that to Corinne to include in the next agenda and modify my motion that we add this topic to the next meeting agenda.
Okay. Okay, so,
Any further discussion?
thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, nothing from the public. So, yes, yes.
Is that on now? Yeah. Joan Hunt, 220 North Fork. Does that mean, for example, when I stood up at the comments in the beginning, that that would have to be submitted? It's different. How is that different?
It's different if you want the board to actually address and have a discussion on whatever it is you want to bring forth.
Okay, and are you obligated because I say that?
No.
I don't know how it works.
So this is my point. So my motion stands that we put it on the next agenda, and I'll provide the language that I gave to the community member for consideration.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Anything else? So we have a motion to put this on the next agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, now staff report.
I have one more.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
So, similar thing. We had a community member who emailed the board, and this was on the issue of public restrooms. To date, we haven't actually done anything with that. It's fallen into the black hole of receiving an email. So I'd like to move that we add the issue of public restrooms in town to an agenda in January.
Do I hear a second on that?
Is this around how is this around like gender neutral restrooms or things like that, or is it
No, this
access?
was an email that went to the board, I believe it was about a month ago, and it was about access to public restrooms in town, specifically Grand Avenue area.
Oh.
Okay. So, it's a discussion about, do we set out porta potties all summer long, or what are we going to do? Is there a way to modify town hall so that the restrooms in town hall can be open? Stuff like that. So anyhow, we have a motion to put public restrooms on the agenda sometime in January. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. And thank you for your consideration tonight. I may mess up more than usual, so I'm doing my best. All right. Next is staff reports. Ms. Ferguson.
My written report was provided in the packet, and I have nothing additional to add at this time.
Questions for the town administrator on her report? Yes.
I assume that Karen Fogg's photos are part of that report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I did ask the water committee to please weigh in on that. Mike Drake gave me quite a bit of information, but basically he's saying we need planning. We need to have a plan to fix those springs as well as just the entire water system, and we need to think long range. We need somebody who can create that plan. Philip Siriani talked a little bit about how the Public Works Department is understaffed. He also talked about some resources that might be able to assist the administration, but just to let you know, the Water Committee is looking at this, and it is something that is on our list of priorities to get those springs taken care of, get them all fixed up. It's just not on any plan at this time, so just wanted to let the board be aware of that.
Okay. Any other questions for the town administrator on her report from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public on the town administrator's report? All right, seeing nothing, let's move on to the town attorney's report. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. Just wondering when that advisory board is meeting for the planning and zoning.
Water advisory board.
What is the board that was just formed with the planning and zoning, or?
Oh, the
Board of Adjustments, thank you.
No, they only meet when there's a dispute that needs to be settled.
Okay.
All right, anything else? Yes, Ms. Mack.
Just to end my comments, the Water Advisory Board does meet next Wednesday at 5. So.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the town attorney's report. Mr. Nerlin.
So my written report is in the packet, and I don't have anything to add or supplement to it, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Questions for the town attorney from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Can we get a copy of the current IGA with the town of Hotchkiss? I noticed it's referenced, but I don't believe that's been to the board.
Okay.
Well, right, but it looks like it's been updated according to the attorney's report. Whatever updates have been made, it'd be good for that to come back to the board.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I thought it was not approved by
The board approved it in a meeting that I was absent from, and so the reference was just the receipt of the signed. It was updated it had everyone's signatures and was provided to town hall.
Okay, so there's no actual change to the agreement from the last time it came to the board?
Correct.
Okay, my misunderstanding. Thank you.
All right, anything else for Mr. Nerlin from the board? Mr. Knudsen?
Just an update on our search for a judge and also an update on our search for attorney.
Yeah, we aren't looking for a judge.
So I believe that the applications are open until the 12th, so next Friday, and there's been one candidate that's submitted.
Anything else? Yes, Michelle?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion based on the report. I move that we add an electronic participation policy to the agenda for our first meeting in January and ask staff to provide example policies from other communities in that packet.
Okay, I'm foggy as to what you mean by electronic participation.
Page 78 of the packet, the electronic participation, Attorney Nerlin suggested that the town should consider adopting a policy related to that. So I want to make sure we actually get that on the agenda.
Thank you for that. Do I hear a second?
So I have no issues with it. I mean, that will be under a different regime. Yeah. So just a heads up that we'll have to get that carried over.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Well, I'm glad we're passing this after October, because otherwise I would have been required to attend the 2 October meetings. But it is a good idea for trustees when they're not able to be present in Paonia to be able to attend and vote, because that can help with a quorum. So I think it's a good idea to discuss this, and it'd be a beneficial thing for the public too.
I think the caveat we need to look at is we do not currently have the capability of doing that with our current system. So we can write a policy, but we're going to have to buy equipment to actually make that policy come into effect. But we can discuss it. Yes, Michelle.
I just want to say I disagree that we would need additional equipment. The Colorado Oil and Gas Commission did have a meeting with remote Zoom participation in this room, and I attended remotely, and it seemed to work pretty well. So I think we can do it with our current equipment. We just need to make sure that we understand how. But if another group can come in and do it, I think we can as well. And I also wanted to follow up with Attorney Nerlin and see if maybe you were suggesting that we should do it earlier while you're here, if that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, let's move on to the next, which is disbursements. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve payment of accounts payable in the amount of $56,924.77. The payment of the Norris retirement amount of $1,680. Chase credit card, $1,664.85. Amazon, $342.49. And the transfer from operations to the payroll account and payment of payroll in the amount of $18,154.07 and payroll taxes of $7,565.20.
Second.
All right, a discussion from the board on disbursements?
This is where Bill usually asks questions.
Ms. Mack?
Paonia Auto Parts, various, $1,347 is a lot of various. Is there anything specific to that, or was that, why was that so high?
We had 2 vehicle repairs, but yeah. Cindy's getting it.
They have been servicing the equipment as part of it. We have a battery and some core charges. $900 of it appears to be servicing of equipment.
And then the annual share to Vandenacker, is that water related? Or what is that related to? And there's some other annual shares too.
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
3 people that share in the cell tower revenues, and they each get 2 checks, and so that's one of them. And then there's above there are 2 other people, Erica Ruth Hill, and the other one is here someplace. Oh, Gail Jean James. Those 3, and I think that's annual payment.
So you're talking about the airport?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
No, not the airport. The P Hill Tower.
Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, follow-up question on that. Is that based on land ownership, or what? How does that work? Do we have agreements in place?
There is an agreement. The family donated the land to the town, and there is an agreement in place that they receive a portion of the proceeds from the tower placement on the land.
Could we get a copy of that agreement in Unidocs?
It is one of them that's on the list to continue to update.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle. Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy?
I just please need to know who seconded that disbursement motion, please.
Okay, did you have another one, Michelle? Okay.
All Points Transit, that one also says annual share.
That's our annual commitment to the bus that comes and provides rides to seniors and other citizens in the town that need rides to medical appointments and other things.
And same question, is that a contract or an agreement we can get online?
It is not. The board approves that annually through their donations. It's one of the ones that's included in donations, and well, it is now under, and dues and subscriptions is what it's under now. Mm-hmm. But no, we don't have a contract. It comes every year. They tell us what the cost will be, and we put it in under dues and subscriptions every year.
Okay, so does that, you said board approved, so that gets lined out and then we talk about it sometime during the budget process, or we generally approve the dues and subscriptions field and that's nested within it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and I'm wondering about Gordon, the Schumeiser-Gordon 4698 for the 2 million gallon tank recoating. What is that for?
That's SGM engineering for looking at engineering for the relining of the tank.
So is that part of the RFP that you put out? Did you hire them to do your engineering site work?
Yes.
The reason I ask is that was one of those, if you could get that RFP on the webpage. I know you did a lot. I haven't looked lately, maybe it's there, but it'd be really nice to see that. So is this full payment for their RFP, or will there be continued work? Or for their contract? So you contracted, you got the RFP put out, and you hired them. They have the contract for the 5 million gallon tank?
No, there's not. The RFP for the actual project has not been published yet.
And I was referring to earlier in a water advisory meeting, Travis mentioned that there was going to be an RFP for engineering planning. Is that the case? Is that what these SGM is doing, the planning portion?
Yes, this is the engineering portion so they can put the RFP together.
Okay.
For
the tank.
But
coating. So did you have to do an RFP to get SGM to do the RFP?
No.
Yes? Or no? I'm sorry.
No.
No, okay. So we still, so when the RFP is put together for the tank lining, that would be great to get that on the, and this is kind of related. What's the estimated life of a tank lining?
25 years.
Okay, because it was done in 2005. Sorry, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Mr. Markle.
Yeah, I'm looking at the line item below that, USG, I guess USGS, gauging station. Where did we put that in?
That's the USGS gauge station above my wastewater treatment plant that we pay for, so they do flows. So during permitting process, renewals and stuff, they
Okay, so it's a treatment, a wastewater treatment rather than freshwater gauging?
wastewater.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Chris? Yeah, Dave, make your quick comment while Chris walks up here.
The USGS gauging station is also used a lot by river runners to see what the flows are when they do spring trips.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road.
All right.
Are you done? Sorry.
Yes, I didn't get heard. The gauging station is also used by people that run the rivers because it's online and they can see what the flows are. So when they decide to launch like Paonia River Park, they know what the flows are looking like. Thank you.
All right.
I have two comments. One is we're having trouble hearing Karen and Cindy and them because they're not speaking loud enough with your masks. The other question I have is pertains to the one that Tammy asked about Paonia Auto Parts. Isn't that Napa? Napa doesn't do repairs. They give you parts.
It was parts for servicing
Okay.
Yes.
equipment.
But the way it sounded like it was repairs, not parts.
No, it's
Does
just
that make sense?
parts for servicing and
Okay.
some repairs for snow.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Let's move on to the consent agenda. We have 2 sets of minutes on the consent agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda.
Can I have a second?
I second it.
Discussion by the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the audience? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, now we are on to the public hearings. All right, I'm going to read the protocol for our hearing. We will open the hearing and introduce the agenda item. Next will be the staff presentation. Then we will have the applicant presentation. Then we will have questions for staff and applicants. Then we will have public comment. And again, the rules for public comment are 3 minutes each speaker. The speaker shall come forward to the podium, identify themselves by name and street. Repetitious comments will not be acceptable. If a previous speaker has already made your point, you may simply come forward and state that you concur. No public demonstrations of any kind, applause or otherwise, will be permitted or tolerated. Then we will close the hearing. Then the Board of Trustees will deliberate. This discussion is strictly among the trustees. We will not be allowing any additional comments from the public or sidebar comments. Everyone should avoid personal opinion and editorializing. And if the board or if the trustees have additional questions for the applicant, we shall have to reopen the hearing and the public comment period. All right, and then finally would be board action. So first up for public hearing is DMT Paonia LLC for a regulated marijuana license. All right, I'm opening the hearing. I don't know if I need to beat the gavel or not. Woohoo. All right, staff presentation.
Mayor, I'll keep it brief. The application for the regulated marijuana licenses after passage of ordinance 2021-01, the deadline or the opening for the applications was the 7th of July. DMT Paonia LLC submitted their license application on the 7th of July. All information was also submitted to the state, who provided a copy. So the state has reviewed and provided the temporary license. All ordinance regulations have been met and all fees have been paid. The only item that is outstanding but is in the works is the receipt of the surety bond. So staff recommendation to the board, should the board choose to move forward with this license, is to pass contingent upon, or to approve contingent upon receipt of the surety bond. I apologize, I meant to have maps out, but I was working on the sounds for Ty and didn't get the maps printed. This location is at 232 Grand Avenue. That is currently known as the CERC, and is the only application that we have received for this block of Grand Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, applicant presentation is Mr. Cecil or, oh, very good. And please introduce yourself. We know Mr. Cecil, but I don't think we've ever met you. It's the big gray button.
There we go. Thanks, everybody. My name is Tom Scudder, and this is Dale Cecil. Many of you probably know Dale, lives here. And Dale and I have been partnered for about 11 years now in the cannabis business. Back in Colorado Springs, we ran some medical marijuana operations for a number of years, so we're seasoned veterans in the business. And we're honored to be able to apply and attempt to get a license in town. We are, I think, the only ones that have applied for both a medical and a recreational license, and we're honored to be able to serve the community in that respect. We've been doing that for all 11 years in Colorado Springs. They don't have recreational there, so we're kind of experts on the medical side, so we're grateful to be able to bring that to the town as well. We submitted the application right away, and I think you'll find that we do operations very, very clean. You won't have any issues with us. We love to work with the community. I serve on the Colorado Springs City Council Task Force for the last 7 years on rules and regulations and things of that nature. I also speak in front of the state. Also serve as the treasurer for the Marijuana Industry Group, which is a statewide trade association that does a lot of great work. And so we're very involved in the community, and we want to make sure the rules get set correctly and we follow them. And we're honored to be here. So I'll let Dale share as well.
My name is Dale Cecil, 1200 3rd Street here in Paonia. Yes, an applicant for DMT Paonia, one of the members of the LLC. Again, we submitted our application in July. Tom and I are founders of Wellness Centers of Colorado in Colorado Springs, as well as RRAW, doing businesses Rocky Road Aurora in Aurora, Colorado. Again, we are here to apply for a license and seek approval based upon the election results of November of 2020, in which it was approved for a 2-to-1 vote, as well as the tax issue on the same 2-to-1 vote. The community expects to raise approximately $200,000 in tax revenue to contribute to mostly road repairs. And again, as business owners, we understand the rules and we understand the requisite safeguards to protect underage sales, illegal sales. We've got all those systems ready to go and in place. We hope to have the space available at 232 Grand shortly after, to be able to move in and get it built out and ready to go. Shortly after Christmas, the current owners and occupants will be there until after Christmas. So one of the things we'll want to discuss with the board, hopefully either as part of the approval process or upon approval, is that I know that in times leading up to this, it's been discussed that the rules will be to have the businesses open within 60 days. And as we look at the timeline now, we're looking at probably something closer to 110 based on our time to get in and then build out the space and be ready to go, among other things. That's based on my notes here. That is our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next, questions for the staff and the applicant from the board. Do we have any questions? Yes, Michelle.
Question for staff. Are we going through public hearings in the order that these were received as completed applications?
No, they were all received within 24 hours of each other, so they are not in order of receipt.
Okay. You mentioned that this is the only one on the 200 block of Grand. That's, from what I understand, that's accurate based on physical location, but not based on address. So I think that's something that as a board we should address and not just gloss over.
No, I plan to address it when we came to that application to explain that there are two separate locations and they are currently going through the process of addressing the second unit. That's a Second Street unit, which is going to be the unit for the other location as a Second Street address. Right now they're marked AB and that is being addressed.
Okay, thank you. And one more question for staff. You may have said, but I didn't hear. You have results back on the background checks for all of the applicants?
Correct. All background checks were received and approved at the state level and the local level.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mick.
This is a question for DMT. I see you are approved for medical and retail. Do you plan on running both out of that location?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Will there be two different entrances into that building then? Don't they have to be separate?
Yeah, the state rule is you only have to have two separate entrances if you serve 21 and under. We don't plan to do that. So you'll have one entrance, and we can't serve then 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. We only can serve 21 and above. And so that's the decision we've made.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
This question is for the town attorney. Our ordinance does say that licenses shall put their license to use within 60 days of issuance. What flexibility do we have regarding that language if we know that that's unlikely to happen?
Yeah, so that is pretty strict with respect to that language, and the goal was to have a situation that was in place that we're not having people that are squatting on licenses. So frankly, I think that you can either have the 60-day requirement in place or we would need to amend the ordinance. I don't see a whole lot here with respect to the variance, unfortunately. So.
Yes, Trustee Bunder.
Does beginning construction on the facility count as using the license?
You know, the intent was to have sales in place within that period of time. So,
but that would mean they would already have to buy the building and have it constructed before this hearing.
And again, this was the direction that we were given in April and May with respect to the concern being that didn't want to have people that the license becomes the commodity.
Right, and that was for keeping it for a year and selling it to somebody else. I mean that.
So, I mean, in theory, I guess you could potentially approve this and have it come back for review in 60 days and see where the applicant is with respect to this process in terms of if they're in a position to start that or what their time frame would be.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Can we do a conditional approval based on two conditions, one of which is that that the construction started and that we're within that time frame, and that the final approval would be at 60 days from now, and then the second one would be the surety bond.
Yeah, you could do that, so with the conditions.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just going to get back to my notes. This is a question for the applicants, and it wasn't clear to me what the sign height and location would be based on the documents presented. I'm not sure if that's something our staff has or if that was not included.
It wasn't. I included to the board the entire packet because we've not reviewed or had any type of a hearing for this kind of establishment historically. But usually the signage portion isn't included because the signs are done through the permitting process with your building permit application. So yes, we have the information on the location of the signs, but it wasn't. That wasn't part of. It's not a requirement in the packet, so that's why it wasn't included.
Okay, I saw it on the application, but if I'm remembering correctly from the ordinance, the requirement is that they meet all sign rules in town, so we're good on that. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So I have, go ahead, Michelle.
it says that you have a couple other retail stores, and I just wanted to ask about the location. I understand one's Colorado Springs, but the location and status of your other stores.
Yeah, the Colorado Springs store has been in the exact same location that it is right now for about 11 years. And the Aurora store that we have, the Colorado Springs is medical. And then the Aurora store that we have has been there for almost 7 years now. So we've been in the exact same spot since we opened up. We're very long-term operators, have a very long-term horizon. So we're going to hopefully be here forever.
Thank you.
I confess I got into the weeds and went through your employee manual. And I just wanted to make sure you weren't discriminating on gender identity. It wasn't listed.
We absolutely do not.
Other questions? So I do have a question. Is there any way you could possibly open up in 60 days, at least on a limited basis?
Probably not.
I think it would be virtually impossible because the existing location is being used until December 25th as a retail location, right? And so then they're going to need time to move out, and we're going to need time to move in. We're going to have to put in video, security, lots and lots of things. We're going to have to build that space out. I'll tell you one of the things that that we're going to do very well, because we have a lot of experience here. We've suffered from 4 burglaries in our Colorado Springs location and our grow there in the last year or so. That's increasing at this point in time. Economically, the challenges have occurred, and so that's kind of a natural consequence of that. So we're going to really build that out well so that it prevents people from thinking that they can do that. And so that's going to take time. We've been building out a lot of security in our existing facilities, and it's taken a lot longer than it ever has because of the supply chain issues. I would tell you that we just built out a couple new rooms here in the last few months in our grow, and it took about 3 months longer than we thought because the steel beams that we use were not available. We had to call around like 35 places, and it took several months. So I think I would be lying to you if I told you there was any way we could get up and running in 60 days. I think we really should attempt to find a solution other than that. I would tell you that most of the other locations that do this kind of thing, they usually give everybody a year because it takes a long time to do stuff, you know, do the plans, to build it out, to the supply chain issues that we're having right now. You're going to have fire and building and police and marijuana enforcement division all going to have to come in and do inspections. So that 60-day time frame is, unless you're going to come in and do a really simple operation, I think pretty unrealistic. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, let me add to that. In discussions with the landlord, we are hopefully going to be able to work together to make the space available after hours and days that they're closed to do some of the non-obtrusive, intrusive things such as running cable for security video alarm systems and that sort of thing, and get internet cabling and that sort of thing set up. So we plan to not just be sitting back and doing nothing until the 26th or whatever that date that we finally settle on, but somewhere close to right after Christmas. So we are going to get started, but things like physical build out, of course, we can't disrupt their business. They wouldn't allow that. So.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the board? All right, I'm going to open this up to public comment. 3 minutes apiece, please. Would anyone like to have a question? Yes, Ms. Watson. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have Ms. Watson come to the microphone and ask her question, and then you guys can answer it. So hanging out up there would be a really good idea.
I actually have a statement. I don't have a question. Although there might be answers, but I don't know if it's coming from the applicant. Okay, I'd like to point out that our marijuana ordinance has no public hearing requirement for licensing. We only require approval by the board. I think it's really interesting to hear what the applicants have to say, but technically there's no public hearing requirement in Paonia's marijuana ordinance. I reviewed the minutes from April 27th, 2021, when the ordinance was passed, and there was no mention of public hearing in the official meeting minutes. The public notice text in the newspaper for the marijuana hearing states, pursuant to the laws of Colorado, EMJ has requested the licensing officials of the town of Peonia, Colorado to grant a retail marijuana license and medical license to DMT. And then it says the hearing on this application will be held at Town Hall by order of the Board of Trustees of the town of Peonia. That's not accurate because an order comes through an ordinance, and the board never ordered public hearings for businesses. So it's not accurate. The marijuana licensing process stated on the town website says that you guys use the public hearing process to evaluate the applications, but that was never voted on, and it's not in the ordinance, so that's not accurate. This is staff making up things. There is also no state requirement for local public hearing. However, now that a public hearing is being held tonight, there could be a noticing glitch for the medical marijuana store stemming from the Colorado Revised Statute 44-10-303, which states, upon the receipt of an application for a local license for the medical marijuana business, a local license authority may schedule a public hearing. And then if you schedule the public hearing, the local licensing authority shall give public notice by posting a sign in a conspicuous place on the premises. And it specifies that the sign has to be not less than 22 inches wide and 26 inches high, composed of letters not less than 1 inch in height, and stating the type of license applied for. It says that it has to have the name and address of the applicant. It says that must contain the name and addresses of all the officers and directors. And public notice given by publication must contain the same information as required for signs. This is not what appeared in the paper. None of that personal information was included. So Peonia's sign also was less than half the size of the sign that required by state statute for medical licenses if you decide to have a public hearing. And this is not the applicant's fault. This is something that the town was supposed to provide the applicant. So it's been improperly noticed. I'd like to bring this to your attention. So I don't know how the town board plans to address this, but our code has been misinterpreted, I feel, and there's been some rules made up and costs passed on to applicants. I don't know if it's applicants or the public for the noticing on public hearings that are not required. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I saw another hand. Yes. Gray button, please.
Mary DeFranco. My question is, what % of the profits that will be made there will stay in Peonia, and what % is going to leave Peonia, because it seems like it's kind of like an out-of-town franchise?
Mr. Scudder, Mr. Cecil, would you like to answer that?
I'm not really sure exactly how to answer other than to say that the profits will be shared with those that own the business, and they can choose to spend it as their money, obviously. Dale lives in town, and obviously we're probably going to, in the future, get some investors and have a little bit more money. They may be locals as well, so it's going to be a mixture of all of that, I would say.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Judy.
I just wondered, will Suzanne's comments be analyzed and addressed? They seem pretty important. And when you guys just say, okay, I just don't know where it's going to go from there.
Thank you. Mr. Nerlin, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that, Mayor. I appreciate the comments. So couple of things here. One, you guys as the licensing authority have the ability to choose the structure or process for the approval. In, I believe it was July when the format was approved and the application was approved, it was included in that there would be a public hearing. So I think that meets the first step of this requirement. The complaint that Ms. Watson raised with respect to the noticing on the site, this is a matter of first impression. I wasn't aware that there was any concern that was put forth with respect to that. So we haven't done any analysis with respect to that concern being raised this evening. I did confer with the town administrator, and there was the information that needed to be provided on the notice was provided to the applicant, but it wasn't a template that we prepared. It was posted by the applicant themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Keenan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If this is representative of the other two applicants, I think that are we on now? Thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think that this is that the town has spent quite a considerable amount of time refining how we were going to accept people to have a marijuana business here, and these gentlemen seem to be the kind of people that are going to be a good benefit for the town. I think a lot of this is going to be how the individual business owners treat the folks that undoubtedly are going to be coming in with few resources, the ability to make profit by using the stores and mailing out of state. As we know, the United States Postal Service, you need a court-ordered search warrant to open up the mail. So this is what we experienced in Boulder. I think that downtown Colorado Springs has had it but to a much lesser degree. I have nothing against transient people, absolutely nothing. I've been transient myself. My concern is that this whole thing about bringing in additional revenue is a wash if you have to hire a new police officer, and I want to welcome our new police officer here. So that's my only concern. You know, my claim to fame, I'm 65 years old, is our famous comedian Bill Maher smoked his first joint with me. I taught him the marijuana business. And he went on, and Bill will always credit that his bankroll he collected at Cornell University gave him the confidence to go to Los Angeles and Las Vegas and try out being a comedian. We have a town site past Crawford where when you drive out towards the Black Canyon, you see the town site saying, Mar. We need to have a big fundraiser, invite Bill out. 30 years ago, there was a post office in Mar. The town site is still there. He would love to see it, and we need to welcome him, but a big benefit. This valley's legacy is we grow some of the best marijuana in the world, and we need to welcome people like this and expand on that, and also get the swimming allowed at the Spring Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Therefore, since we don't have any more public comment, one last chance from the board. Yes.
Sorry, I'm just trying to follow the process. Are we doing a board deliberation next?
We need to close the hearing, and then we'll do the board deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close this hearing. All right. Board deliberation. Comments from the board. Yes, Michelle.
I want to respond to a public comment that we received, or consider a public comment that we received, that the noticing may not have been proper for this establishment because of the requirements on the medical side. I wonder if adopting Dave's suggestion of a process over time, since the applicant's not going to be ready in 60 days, might address that, where we could provide a preliminary approval and revisit this in 60 days, make sure it is moving forward with construction, and also ensure that noticing is done properly for the medical component at that time.
Is that a possibility, Mr. Nerlin?
Yeah, I think what you could do is you could do a continuance to bring this back to review at, say, a December meeting, and then have it again noticed with respect to the medical component, take a look at the surety bond component, and then check back in with the applicant in terms of what their timing is with respect to the opening. I just want to make one other kind of point here. What that would do is it would allow for this applicant to kind of preserve their position in line. But I would note that there were only 3 applications that had been submitted, so there's not another application or an applicant that's sitting out there.
So then your suggestion is that we don't do a preliminary or a temporary approval, we just do a continuance?
I think you should just do it in a continuance, yeah.
Mr. Knudsen?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that the business could move forward, and I don't see why we couldn't conditionally approve the recreational part of it and deal with the medical later, and at least approve the app, because with a business, they need to move forward knowing that they have something tangible. And so I would suggest that we consider allowing the recreational marijuana component of the application with the surety bond and the other condition, and also deal with the medical marijuana later once the proper posting's done. And I appreciate the comments from the public about, what the law for medical was.
Other comments from the board? Yes, Tammy.
Yeah, I think rather than getting upset about anything that is going wrong, I think we need to realize this is a learning process for all of us, and it is, a lot of us are under a lot of stress, and I think reducing that stress and doing whatever it takes to allow this particular application to go through, it seems we can get creative and figure this out. I very much want to see this store open. I think I can't imagine better people moving into that space, personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I'm in agreement as well to go forward with this under the conditions that we have established.
Ms. Patterson?
I'm not opposed to that, but I wonder if doing a partial approval at this point might do more harm than good to the applicant's process, because we do have that shall be established or be in operation within 60 days in our ordinance. And that's, as Attorney Nerlin said, that's pretty firm language. So a continuation gives them more time than an approval would at this point, I think.
Would you agree with that, Mr. Nerlin?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, as you guys probably noted in the noticed in the code provision, it's the town administrator or the town clerk's direction with respect to enforcement of that 60-day provision. So, statutorily that's the requirement, but it could be, hey, look, these people are up and running and they're not necessarily squatting on the license.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I think the original condition was that we'd look, there were 2 conditions. One of them was the surety bond for the recreational. The second was that they'd made adequate progress and that their time frame is 60 days later, and that's the second condition. The condition is allowing for that, allowing for that extra time to be able to open it up. So I just thought that's what we could do with the medical, with the recreational part, and then with the medical part, we would just continue it. But ask the applicant if there's a precedent. Oh. So they can't. See, because I'm operating on an assumption here, and I don't like to do that. The assumption is that he needs that license. If he doesn't need it real bad, then let's continue it, you know. But I don't know the answer to that.
Other comments from the board? Yes.
So if I'm understanding the proposal correctly and our legal options correctly, what we would be doing is offering a conditional approval with the surety bond and essentially telling our town staff not to enforce the 60-day requirement or to reinterpret the 60-day requirement to mean that there's active construction, not that they're necessarily in operation. Is that right?
I think, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, is that we would go ahead and approve the recreational piece of it with the surety bond, and I guess I'm lost. No.
So, but the recreational possibly couldn't be started in 60 days either.
So let me just read the code provision. All licenses shall be put all licensees shall put their license to use within 60 days of issuance. So, sorry. In theory here, you could provide the approval, but the license wouldn't be granted until you got the surety bond in place. So you could have I'm just trying to think of ways that you could be a little bit creative with the calendar. So.
Trustee Mack.
Question for Mr. Nerlin. Can't we argue that they are putting the license to use by continuing construction?
Yeah, and you could have I think that if you did that, you'd want to have a condition that sales are, I think you want to have a condition that this comes back to return. So like, if they're getting the space available, that's, they're putting their license to use, but then you probably would want to have a sale date kind of in place.
Yes, Trustee Bellinger.
During the construction time, couldn't they have their sign out, say, coming soon, so that's putting their license to use. The trademarks out there and advertising.
And I think the trustees understand what the intent was. The intent was that I think we're all trying to balance with giving them the ability to take possession of the space and get it up and running versus that it just is a shell that's there to hold the space, or to hold the license.
So at least in my understanding, the cleanest way to do this would be a conditional approval and have it come back to the board in December, because then they would be able to open, if they're looking at 120 days, if we move it back 2 months, then they would hit the 60-day mark. So it would have to come back in January for approval. So if we do a conditional approval tonight on both things and then have them come back 60 days prior to their supposed opening date. Yeah. So a conditional on the recreation and a continuance on the medical. Okay. Any further discussion before somebody would like to make a motion? Tammy.
I don't think I'm prepared to make the motion, but I would rather we use the word retail as opposed to recreational, because this is a retail license, just to keep things straight.
Sure. Okay. Somebody like to take a stab at a motion?
I move that we conditionally approve the retail marijuana license, subject to the surety bond, and that we put a continuance on the medical marijuana until December. Have it come back to the board.
It would need to be in January to hit the 60 days.
In January.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the table for a conditional approval on the retail marijuana contingent on the surety bond, and then a continuance on the medical, and that the retail shall come back, or it shall return to the board in January. Any other questions, comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, public hearing number 2 for Paonia Purple Incorporated a regulated marijuana license. I am opening the meeting. All right, staff presentation.
Apologies, I have to get out of the minute-taking portion and get back into the reporting portion. While I scroll, and
Yeah, this is on page 178 of the packet.
thank you. I'm yep, scrolling. Here, 178, 78, enter. Thank you, appreciate that. This is for Paonia Purple Incorporated. Similar to previous, you're gonna hear the same verbiage. Paonia Purple Inc. Is the location that we were discussing that has a 201 Grand Avenue address currently. They are in B, so if you're familiar with what was the last thing that was in there? It was the restaurant, Hightower Restaurant. There is an section on Grand Avenue, that's 201 Grand Avenue, the A section, which is a restaurant, and there is a secondary space that is the B section that is on 2nd Street, right across from the First Colorado National Bank. So they are the owners of the property, and the town are working currently through the process with Delta County GIS for the updated addressing of the back 2nd Street location so that it has its own address separate from the restaurant, because it's my understanding they continue to use that, or continue to plan to use that for a different, that space for a different business. The application was submitted on July 8th, and all provisions in Ordinance 2101 were taken care of, including all fees paid, and the surety bond receipt also is pending.
Okay.
Apologies, this is also retail only.
Are the applicants present? Yes. Could we have please come to the mic. Push the gray button.
Okay, hello, my name is Robin Oster. I've lived in Montrose for 7 years, and I have 6 years of experience in working in different dispensaries and small businesses. And then my business partner was born and raised in Ouray, so we do have a strong commitment to the Western Slope in this area. A lot of my experience specifically in the cannabis industry was learned through Rocky Mountain Cannabis in the Ridgeway location. And one thing I've really taken from that I'm excited to transfer over here is just the commitment to community. I think it's really important to be able to give back. We have some local residents here that we're close to getting on board, provided everything goes well tonight. And we're looking forward to kind of building ourselves up in this community and the ability to give back. I have learned the importance of compliance and safety as high priorities in the cannabis industry. It's very expensive, and so we don't want anything to go wrong, just like you guys don't want anything to go wrong, or the police. We look forward to being able to continue this legacy in an authentic and professional way. And then just like someone mentioned here today, we are in the back unit, and so we're not actually on Grand Avenue. We're just right across from the grocery store there. And then additionally, we should be able to be open within 60 days of approval without a problem. We're already working with contractors there, and it took a little bit of investment risk, but I hope that it will pay off in the end. And that's mostly what I have. I just look forward to being able to engage in the community. Looking forward to it. So if you have any questions.
I'm Maria Chacon. I've been in Montrose for the past Yes, I am Maria Chacon. I have been in Montrose for the past 3 years. I am actually born and raised on the Front Range in Fort Collins and Loveland. But the biggest thing, that we are wanting to bring here is a community builder. We want to be able to build the community and educate people on cannabis and cannabis products. We want to be involved with the community where needed. We want to help sponsor things, to help bring locals and transits together so that we can build a larger community and get people the things that they want and they need. We want to help, educate the community on the positive we want to help, educate the community on the positive benefits of this industry that has happened and can happen. We're very focused on hiring locally. That is the biggest thing. We're not going to bring people in from other towns, other, parts of the area. We are going to focus on investing into this community. That is the biggest thing that we believe in. Without a community, there's not us. So that's one of the biggest things that we focus on, and that's what I wanted to add to that.
Thank you very much. All right, questions for the applicants and the staff from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, could you talk about the location and status of other licenses you've had in the industry?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, the location and status of any other licenses or stores you've had in the industry?
Oh, we don't have any other ones. This is our only one. We have experience running other businesses, but this is our only business that I own.
Okay, sorry, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one in here.
We've worked for Rocky Mountain Cannabis and other industries like dispensaries around the community, but this will be the first one for us in Paonia. We don't have the affection with the RMC. We've just worked there.
Okay, I think I'm looking at your application. This is page 185 of the packet, and it says, the question is, have you had any ownership interest in or own or applied for a marijuana license in any jurisdiction?
I do. I apologize. So my co-owner, Natalie Ricks, does own, she owns a Rocky Mountain. She's part owner in a store in Craig, Colorado.
Okay, and both of those stores are open in operation, no issues?
Yep,
Okay.
Craig has been open for about 1.5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Sorry, one more. So your plan for signage, I just want to confirm the signage would all be on 2nd Street and not on Grand Avenue. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Yeah, Dave.
I hate to be picky, but on page 189, there's an enforcement division checklist, and very few of the boxes are checked. It says Colorado Marijuana Enforcement Division application checklist, and it says number 1, application fully completed. There's no check on that. Application contents, and it lists like 8 or 10 items. There's nothing there. All forms signed and attached. There's nothing there. Required disclosures.
I might have
there.
missed a couple of check marks, but the application is fully complete, and we do have our state application, or our state license was provided to us.
Okay, other questions from the board? Okay, if not, then I'm going to open this up for public comment. Remember, 3 minutes apiece. Is there anyone who would like to ask questions of the applicant or staff? Yes, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Stephen Keenan, 514 3rd Street. You know, I think the vote to approve these businesses was 2-1. And on a historical perspective, this town did have 2 dispensaries one time on Main Street. First vote that came up lost by 16 votes, if I remember right. Second time it came up, lost by 50 votes. And I think we have to credit some people in this room for the 2-1 vote now. And I'm going to point out one trustee, Karen, for sure, had a lot to do with that. And I want to thank Karen for her persistence in this. And I think that it's a fantastic opportunity if it's done right. And these 2 women wanting to bring in health with their dispensary is it's fantastic news for the town. You know, in our last town board hearing, we had a discussion about the state funding for the opiate fund, if I remember correctly. And just today in the news, the State Supreme Court of Oklahoma rescinded a huge amount of that monetary award. So I feel that far more, you know, my perspective is God did not create illegal plants. It's us that have taken these plants that God put on the planet that's caused all the problem when we synthesize it 1,000 times more powerful than what God had intended. Opium was legal in the United States. Not too long ago, 100 years ago, it was legal. Phenol is what we should be concerned with. And these two women are a good representative of what we can do to get the kids away from the phenol, away from the opiates, the Oxycontin. That's what's causing the damage. And, you know, I personally have some friends who have lost their children due to overdoses. So I think that the town has a great opportunity, but I do think that we should expand. I look forward to applying to grow organic coca in Delta County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to comment? Yes.
Hi, my name is Ashley Sargent. I live on First Street. I would just like to say that I would love to see a woman-owned and operated business here in Paonia. Also, work opportunities for locals is key at this time with employment. It has been difficult, and so I think it's really important to welcome businesses that are hiring local people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I'm just wondering if, Suzanne Watson, I'm wondering if you can explain the signage a little bit more. I see 3 signs here of varying sizes. Are these all, I mean, I don't know. I guess you're just kind of throwing something out there. I don't know if it's finalized.
Could you please speak to the microphone? Thank you.
I apologize. So I had, so just so you know, just the second one there is the valid one. I had submitted that to Corinne after the fact, yeah, as an addition, after I was able to meet with some contractors and think about what was actually going to work. Okay. And so one is going to be posted right by our door, and one will...
All right.
Sorry.
People can't hear you on the YouTube recording if you don't speak into the
okay.
mic.
So one smaller sign will be posted just to the left of the door, and one will be still on 2nd Avenue, just a little bit further down. That's the longer one, if that answers your question.
Are they all going to be in front of your business, or are they going to be on various spots on the larger building? Is it going to be on the Unit A, or are you going to be placing the signs somewhere else on the building?
So the smaller one will be on Unit B, and then I had hoped to put the larger one on Unit A just for visibility, if that would be okay, but still on 2nd Avenue.
I hope that you do look at the sign code. I don't know what the sign code would say about that, and I'd imagine that would really be the constraint. So everybody has to follow certain rules. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. Deliberation by the Board of Trustees.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may just briefly, when I stepped out of the hearing, I did have a community member say that, especially because our room is so full, that they're really having a hard time in the back of the room hearing what we're saying. And so I know it's odd, but if we can just stay as, put your mouth on it practically. We have masks. So that they can hear, and also just to let the public know as well, that you can move that microphone, raise it up, raise it down, slide it over, anything you need to do to make it comfortable for you when you're at the microphone to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Questions, discussion by the board? Yes.
I'm glad to see that they're in the process of getting a new address. Without further discussion on that, I think my approval of this, I would want it to be contingent on that going through. Otherwise, we do have 2 with the same address, or the same block. 2 in the 200 block of Grand if the address doesn't go through. So I would want it to be contingent on that. And I feel like part of the reason of not having 2 businesses on the same block is like it's a visual thing. And so I would want to make sure that all of the signage, and I suppose it's on the sign code and up to the building owner, if there's any signage that would fall onto the 201 Grand building. But in my mind, we'd need to be very clear that that has got to be on 2nd and not on Grand.
Okay, other discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, would you like to make a motion to that effect?
I move that we approve the license for Paonia Purple Dispensary contingent on all signage being on 2nd Street portion of the building and an address change to a 2nd Street address.
Okay, do I hear
Yes, thank you, and the bond.
Oh, right, okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. We have 2 licenses going. All right. So I'm going to open the hearing now for Valley High LLC. Let's start with the staff presentation. So 1 minute, staff goes first.
Page 240 of the packet. And this is for the application for Valley High LLC. This application was also received on July 7th. Valley High LLC, in accordance with Ordinance 2021-01, have met all requirements and are sufficient. They also have been approved at the by the MED, the Marijuana Enforcement Division at the state level, pending approval from the town. All background requirements were met and sufficient. All fees have been paid, and surety bond receipt application is pending.
Okay. All right.
This also is retail only. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
All right. My name is Micah Erickson. I'm a longtime local of Paonia. My husband and I have been married for 24 years, and we've raised My husband and I have raised 3 children here in Paonia. He's been a coal miner for the last 24 years. Here in the valley, with the questionable future of coal mining, we look to a different sustainable income to support us for our next phase of our journey. That led us looking into the future of the cannabis and the dispensary industry. I've also been a business owner for the last 14 years. I feel that we could welcome, I would feel that I will be a welcome addition to this valley as I offer a local influence, and I am a proud member of this community and want to support this valley for years to come. We're a family-run dispensary and will do everything we can to embrace Paonia and welcome the community and educate the people on cannabis and the benefit of its uses. We are set up with various safety measures in place and are set up for cannabis recreational sales, and I plan being open the following Thanksgiving. All of our equipment is set up in compliance with the state of Colorado, and we're pretty much ready to go. I have peak security in for all my security. Our POS system is in place. I have learned a lot from a consultant this last year who had a successful business in Gunnison. Other than that, I'm excited to get this going. I want to support all of our locals. As far as, I don't want to reach out to the eastern slope for my cannabis. I like to keep it more over here on the western and southern part of Colorado. Same thing as carrying local glass blowers, local, just anything local to support our community. I've already gotten all my signage from local people. That's my main thing, is I want to be able to support the locals here in Paonia and run a successful cannabis business.
Thank you very much. All right. Questions from the board? Dave.
I just want to disclose that I had met with the applicants a couple months ago inquiring about auto detailing, and they had disclosed to me that this was their intent. That was the extent of our ex parte discussion, but I want that on the record.
All right. Other questions from the board?
Me too.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Yes, Tammy.
I just want to make a comment, since this is the third and last application. The end of prohibition is near, and may Harry Anslinger roll over in his grave.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay. If there are no more questions from the board, I'm going to open it up to the public. Any questions from the public? Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to welcome this couple too. I think it's the kind of people that we've been looking for. One
It's
thing
not
that-
on, Steve. There we go. Okay. Nope. All right.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Mayor.
on.
One thing, I'll be very
And,
brief.
and
One thing
can
I-
you, if you put your mic up to your mask? Thank you.
Thank you. One thing that I think that we should, we're doing this to bring in revenue. That's the main reason why we're here tonight. We're looking for other forms of making money for the town. We all, me and Karen have smoked lots of marijuana together.
Mr. Keenan, lying when you're up there is not appropriate.
I'm glad I got a left, and I think, but I really would like to see the town. When I go to the Front Range, too often I hear when I ask people, "Have you ever been to Paonia?" They say, "No, but we sure would like to," especially if I'm at an organic farmers market. So I want to just, I think that we've got the opportunity to really make a legacy for the town, and we're on the front cover of High Times magazine in the 70s because of the unique growing situation that this valley has. So as now we've got the dispensaries. It's great. Now we have to start expanding on allowing legislation where our individual farmers are allowed to come into town and sell marijuana to these stores. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
It's just Stephen and I commenting. I just had a question about parking. I know it's zone C2. I have no idea how many people usually pull up and shop at marijuana stores. I don't know if you can enlighten me on that a little bit. How do you anticipate traffic on that in that location? And I'm sorry if you addressed it in your application. I might have skipped over it, but I was just curious about how do you handle parking? There's about one space on the street, and I don't know, you have that driveway there, but I just wanted to know a little more about that. Thank you.
There's two sides to the street. We'd also, in the future, like to try to get a roundabout driveway from there's a carport area, and then another drive-through. Maybe if we could get something a roundabout way or open up that area to a parking lot. We're looking at that to a future thing to see if it was really needed. If so, we'll be right on it and we'll get it figured out.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close this hearing. All right, board discussion. Dave.
Is the surety bond in?
Discussion from, yes, Michelle.
This might be a question for the applicant unless the board heard better than I did. I heard them say that they were planning to open after Thanksgiving, and I just wanted to make sure that was this coming Thanksgiving and not next year Thanksgiving. This Thanksgiving.
It is this
Okay.
Thanksgiving.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, can we get a motion?
I move that we approve this application, subject to receipt of the surety bond.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that one passes as well. Thank you very much, everyone who came and spoke, and I'm very pleased that this has gone forward. All right, we're moving on to new business. First item on the agenda is the town administrator contract review. Yes, Bo. We can take a 5-minute break. Can I have a motion?
Move for a 5-minute break.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Opposed? All right, 5-minute break.
Well, that was a good call. I wish I'd made it. I'm gonna try and eat some more supper. Hey, good job, Mary. You've really calmed down a lot. Well, it was nice to have the format like that right in front of you.
Well, and that's what, as mayor, you get the format,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you run by the format. So I'm gonna try and suck it out through this, and if we have an
You're doing good so
executive
far.
session, do that, but I may leave after that.
Okay, forewarned. I will empty my bladder just in case.
Please do. Yes. No, I thought you were good. I'm good. Try and stick it out through here, stick it right in here.
Straight whiskey.
Dang. That's what I need.
Well, Jill said no one can hear me or not getting close enough to the mic. It's really hard from the back of the room. So, does this one strategy gear controls?
Okay, here's the thing is that you're going to stick to a contract. And if people are that if we move into performance review, then it would have to be decided.
So, one of them suggests is Neil could be, the crown or Neil could be the controls. He's the one who has when do you think it's appropriate? I wouldn't call on him right away. Okay. The controls go for a while.
Okay.
That's a suggestion.
Needs to really stick just to the contract.
Yeah, because that's all he's here for.
Yep. Well, all right. Our 5 minutes is up, so I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next on the agenda is the town administrator's contract review. I want to remind everyone that this is a review of her contract. This is not a performance evaluation. So all we will be talking about are the actual terms of the contract. So, where's my stuff? There are some things that do need to be changed in this employment agreement. One of those things is on page 2, and it is under duties and authority, and it is section C, and it talks about Ms. Ferguson shall not oversee the chief of police. That is no longer relevant since this was about her husband being the chief of police, so that needs to be struck from the contract. The second thing is on performance review. These timelines are out of date. As of today, Ms. Ferguson has had 4 performance reviews since June of 2020. So I would suggest, and it's only a suggestion, is that she has had enough review and that any further reviews during her last year of her contract is inappropriate. The other thing is on the job description. And again, the exception with the chief of police needs to be struck from that. Okay, those are my suggestions. Anything from the board? Ms. Mick.
If it's not a performance review, if we can't talk about performance, then why do we have letters of, what do you call them?
Support.
Support. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about Corinne Ferguson. I'm just wondering, I'm a little confused about exactly what we're supposed to be doing here tonight. It's not really straightforward. I'm sorry.
Mayor Backer?
Yes.
May I? So it's because of the change of the order. There was the motion and direction from the board was to have a discussion about the contract, but also to hold potentially an executive session if one was deemed necessary. And so the attachments were included under the review of the contract agreement so that they could be discussed, and they were, and so with the switch in the order, that's why they're under this section before the executive session would have happened, so that they were open to the public as well and not just provided in executive session.
Did that help at all, Ms. Mack?
So then I guess I would ask another question. Why weren't other comments about Ms. Ferguson, for example, Thomas Markle back in last summer, I believe it was, Karen Fogg, why were those comments not allowed? And again, I'm not trying to say, nothing against Ms. Ferguson, but we have all these letters saying how good you are. I am not disagreeing with the letters or agreeing with them, but there were other comments submitted over the last few months that I think also could have been included in here.
No.
That's why I'm confused about. That's part of the reason I'm confused about what we're doing here tonight.
These letters came in specifically in response to the agenda item, and comments that are received from community members and requested to be included in the packet for any agenda, any item on the agenda are included. So I can't go back that far to confirm, but my assumption is that those comments submitted either were not stated that they were to be included in the packet for the review, or came in after the fact and were supplied in paper. We're talking about previous reviews periods, and I don't recall off the cuff.
Yes.
Yeah, question for Attorney Nerlin on this. I think some of our discussion from the previous executive session regarding the administrator review are, I think some of those discussions are relevant to the conversation we're having right now. I don't know if I can publicly reference that or not.
So,
sorry about that. So what I said was, I believe there were items we discussed in the previous administrator's review and executive session that are relevant to this conversation, and I don't know if I can discuss that publicly.
So no, what you could discuss publicly would be the white paper that was distilled from those comments that were provided and that was approved in September, August, that I think triggered this subsequent board meeting discussion.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Well, at the risk of making this throwing a curveball into this, my understanding before I left for the month of October was at the last meeting in September, there was kind of a big discussion about Town Administrator Ferguson's performance at the end of the meeting in her absence. And there was also an apology issued, which I appreciated, for the behavior during that meeting, because it wasn't fair for someone to be attacked when they're not here present in the meeting. So I thought the agreement was at the first meeting in November there would be a follow-up on that discussion while she's here present. So, keeping it, and I apologize to the mayor because best laid plans, but that's my understanding of the purpose of this. And I think that's why some of the letters are there. And maybe all the letters aren't representative, but that's why I think we're sitting here right now. It's not just about the contract. And there was an ability to take public comment, because I think there was umbrage about us going into executive session on performance and not getting a full picture from the public. So I'm sorry to open up a can of worms, but that's my understanding of where we're going.
So I don't have the minutes in front of me from when, I don't have the minutes in front of me from when Trustee Pattison made her motion. It was my understanding that she wanted to bring the contract back to the Board of Trustees for review, which is included in the packet. Now we have also, because it's my fear here that we could bleed into a personnel discussion, thus the inclusion of the ability to go into executive session, which would be the election or the direction of the town administrator should she chose to have that discussion in executive session, or if she would want to have that as a public discussion. So that's how we have structured it. You know, I can't really comment one way or the other with respect to the included letters in the packet.
Mr. Knudsen.
When I left on the 28th, my last meeting, I had made an appeal for people, including myself, to take their blinders off and try to look at disconfirming evidence. In other words, I'm a strong supporter of Corinne. I believe in her capabilities. I believe in her ability to be able to do the job. I've gotten feedback from a lot of people in the community that she does a really good job. However, there are other people in the community that disagree with me, and I may have blinders about that. So I thought it would be beneficial for the community, for all of us, to be able to open our eyes to what might be information that might be different than what we're used to, but to be able to consider that, because let the person who is perfect be the first to cast stones.
Yes, Ms. Patterson?
So what I had requested at the September 28th meeting, and this is to the best of my recollection, the minutes haven't, sorry. So to the best that I can recall from that September 28th meeting, I said that we need to have a discussion about the contract, and that in my mind, that by necessity also includes a personnel discussion. I don't think we can separate those out and have an effective conversation. So my suggestion, and Bo's suggestion at the time, was to have both the public discussion and the executive session so that we could cover the full range of that topic. Subsequently, my understanding is that Corinne requested or made known that she would be open to having the full discussion in public rather than going into executive session, including the personnel portion of the discussion. We as a board have not had any kind of official conversation about that, so I think we would need to do that before we move into that public discussion. And I would again say that I think our last executive session is relevant to the conversation, and that if we're going to have a public discussion, I would want to be able to reference that as well.
So I guess, and I don't have the information from that executive session top of mind here, but that would be the discussion that was with respect to her performance review. Is that what you're referring to, Michelle? Yeah.
I'm not referring to any, what I want to bring up from the executive session actually has nothing to do with the specifics of performance, but guidance that was provided to the board regarding the letters we had received during that discussion. Is that clear?
Yeah, no, it is clear, and that's why I was just pushing back, because I wanted to have an understanding. Now, I don't know the answer to this offhand, and so I'm a little bit embarrassed, but the trustees can approve the disclosure of the executive session. The question that I don't know off the top of mind is how that applies to a personnel review, and whether or not the town administrator would also have the ability to weigh in on that disclosure. So I apologize. I don't want to misrepresent that issue. I guess if you guys wanted to have the direction that I provide something to the board and confer with Corinne with respect to that, I could get you something, but I don't feel comfortable kind of doing back of napkin research right now to satisfy that question.
Trustee Knudsen.
The reason an employee of a public body can call for an executive session is this very reason, if they feel they're attacked in public. And so a person, I mean, one of the things we're trying to balance here is Corinne's right to be able to have an executive session if she so chooses. So we have to really tread carefully here, because there is a right of the employee, but then there's also a right of the public about transparency. And as usual, it's not so clear cut, and it's a hard decision that we have to make as a board, and we have to also respect the rights of the employee.
Okay, so we do have a difficult decision here. I do think we do have some things that we need to look at outside of performance that are written in this employment contract that need to be changed. There are some amendments that need to be made. And I would suggest that we look at the employment agreement and make the changes that the board agrees need to be made in the employment agreement. Then, if we wish to take the discussion further, we decide at that time what we wish to do. How does the board feel about that? Yes.
So my issue with that is I feel like if we're getting to a point where we're voting on amending a contract, we're kind of jumping ahead if we have not also had the related conversation where we can talk about anything performance related. I think the conversations are tied together.
Okay. And personally, I don't see them. I think, yeah, there are things that might be tied together, but there are specific things, such as removing the chief of police from this contract, that should be taken care of, that are pretty slam dunk and aren't controversial.
I don't disagree with that, but I think we would get it partially done and then have to go into executive session or move into a personnel discussion before we could finalize it and vote on it. Because I think you're right, there are things that are pretty clear that we need to change, and there are other things that probably will cross into that gray area of talking about performance to make a decision on.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like this ball is in Corinne's court, whether she wants to have this discussion in public with public comment allowed from everyone, or if she wishes to take this into executive session.
So again, I hate that we're trying to kind of walk through the graying of this here, but I do feel like it would be appropriate to accept comments that are relevant to performance on the record from the public, just as we've got those letters that are in there. What my fear is that when we border into specific performance concerns that are coming from the trustees, based on some of those public comments that are provided, or based on other concerns, that would be something that would be subject to the executive session.
So do you have a suggestion how to walk that line, Mr. Nerlin?
Well, we can try to get this started with a discussion, as we've relabeled the agenda here. We've gone with the contract first and then the possible executive session. So I think what we could do is open up the contract discussion, open up the public comment component of it. I suspect that there will be comments with respect to performance, and then I would caution the trustees, sure, take that under advisement, but I would caution that we don't then get into a public performance review, if that makes any sense, Mayor.
So it sounds like what you're saying, we could open it up for discussion with the public, take public comment, and then when we come back to our contract discussions, we take it into executive session.
You have the right to go into executive session, but you wouldn't necessarily have to do that, or Corinne wouldn't necessarily have to request that. I mean, I think let's just see, frankly, how it goes, to be honest with you.
Trustee Knudsen?
If we're going to go into a public discussion, I want to be clear about the rules in advance. I kind of like what we had before with the public hearing, where we said 3 minutes per person. And if there's someone that agrees with the previous position, they just make that statement. They don't have to elaborate and restate. But I want to be clear with the public about how that will be handled, because I could see comments can be inflammatory, or they can be on and on and on. So I want to make sure that there's a limit to the time that a person has, and I'm not trying to squelch public comment, but I want some kind of framework for it. I like to get out before midnight.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question and then make a motion?
Sure.
Question, does the board have the authority to do this kind of conversation as a public hearing if the administrator agrees with that format.
That's your guys' decision in terms of a public hearing. That's not necessarily the trust, that's not necessarily Corinne's decision, because you guys are talking generally about this contract and soliciting performance discussions.
So to be more specific, my question is, if Corinne has agreed to a public process without going into executive session, can we say both the contract and the personnel discussion will be conducted as a public hearing with her approval? Does the board have the authority to do that if she has agreed to that format?
Are you asking that we do it as a public hearing, or are you just talking that we do it as an agenda item?
I'm asking whether we have the authority to make it a public hearing.
Well, we didn't notice it as a public hearing.
No,
so,
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we did,
Yeah.
could we do that?
I don't really, I mean, public hearings really, they're not necessarily in this realm. They don't deal with personnel issues. They really deal with property and noticing and things of that nature.
I don't mean do we have to call it a public hearing, but can we set up a process?
Yes, you can frame the process. You guys, as the trustees, you could frame the process. So if you wanted to say, hey, look, just as we did that modified agenda a couple months ago, if you wanted to frame the process for this discussion, certainly that could be something that you could agree upon as a board.
Okay.
And set that forward.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that this evening we have a discussion and frame the process, and then we table the actual discussion to the next meeting and solicit public comment in advance of that meeting so everyone has an equal opportunity to provide written comment to the board.
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Yes, I move that we use the time tonight to develop a process for this public discussion of the contract and personnel matters. And then we table the actual discussion to the next meeting, which gives the public time to submit written comments in advance, and everyone has the same opportunity to do that prior to the actual discussion.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
I'd second that.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms.
May
Ferguson.
I just want to state that I understand the reason behind this motion, but having made a motion to have this conversation tonight over a month and a half ago has been a long process in itself, and I would really like to get on with it personally, if that is at all an option. If you can come to some kind of a idea of how you would want to form that. Do I necessarily think a public hearing where I feel that even though we're not going to call it a public hearing, we're creating a quasi-judicial trial? These are hearings. I don't necessarily agree with that, but personally, my personal opinion being that this is all about me, I personally would prefer that we move on with it. It has been well acknowledged that this was happening. It's been on the agenda. It's been discussed at the public meeting. It's been discussed in the public, and I personally would prefer if we just went through the process tonight and not tabled it until the next meeting, which is also our budget public hearing meeting. And thank you.
Okay, well, we do have a motion and a second. We've also had input from Ms. Ferguson. I would agree with her. I would like to get this done. I think, again, we push things off, and we push things off, and we push things off. I think we can come up with a process tonight, and we can do this tonight. So, any further discussion from the board? Yes.
I would agree. I'd rescind my second.
Okay, so we have a motion and no second. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
If I may, I appreciate that Corinne solicited letters of support for her performance, and I think it's important for us to see that kind of communication. But to me, what was included in the packet tonight was incredibly lopsided. And we've had comments from members of the public that we could not, I can't even talk about it. I can't talk about it because I'm talking about a discussion we had in executive session. So, to me, we're in a situation where this process has become very unfair to the public, and I can't support that.
Can I, first of all, no one, not one member of this board has asked me if I solicited letters. This is based off of a word use in one letter and comments in the public. So people have come into town hall, I've had meetings with people, and they've said, what can I do? And people, staff in town hall can attest, and I'm sure there'll be those that say, well, they'll lie, but they can attest that I have told people when they have come in that the topic is on the agenda, and if you would like to submit a letter in support or against my position or any complaints in my position, you can do that in writing ahead of time if you're not able to be there in person. So, and conversations with, not all of the letters that were in there were letters that I discussed with the individuals who submitted those letters. And so I understand that we're saying that was included in the packet was lopsided. You can have me remove, strike them and remove them from the permanent packet. But the, I would say that you consistently and continuously hear those that are not in favor of me being in the position, and I find it incredibly unfair to include, to state that those that are in favor can't be included in the packet or part of the conversation.
I apologize for the loaded language. That wasn't my intent. Whether the letters were solicited or not, I think that there are letters we've received that should have been included and were not on this topic. And I feel like my hands are tied because I really would like to talk to the board about what happened in our last executive session. So if that means we move into executive session to do that, I'm okay with that, but I would like to continue this conversation before we move on with the board.
So it sounds like I'm hearing from the town administrator that she would be comfortable with releasing, I think it's been more than 90 days, so I don't believe that we have the tape from the executive session, but it sounds like the town administrator would be okay with those emails that were circulated being released and included as part of the record. So it would still require the majority of the board to agree to the same with respect to that executive session item.
I'm not sure I'm following because I'm not referring to emails here.
Okay, you're referring to the, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to direction that was provided to the board when we entered executive session in regards to what would be included in the review.
Oh, so it was just, so you're just asking, so that is a comment, so that just wasn't included in this packet, basically.
Can I speak frankly?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be confusing.
No,
I'm
say
trying
what
to
you
follow
mean.
proper procedure. When we entered executive session for the administrator's review, we had in hand several comments that were provided by members of the public, and we were expressly told by the mayor not to consider those comments in the review. So I think to then say now, we're going to do a review and we've got these other comments that are included in the packet and are going to be part of the process and all the board members have received, that to me seems very unfair to the public that we have denied the inclusion of some comments in the review and not others. And so that's why I would like to move this to the next meeting so that we can be much more clear and give all members of the public equal opportunity to submit comments, both in favor of the administrator's performance and with concerns about the administrator's performance.
So you can make that motion.
So that's the motion on the table, I believe.
Right.
But we don't have a second for it.
Second.
Further discussion from the board. Mr. Knudsen.
Are there members of the public that are not at present tonight that submitted letters that you're referring to?
No. No, they're here.
I'm not positive, but I believe so.
I'm also not 100%, but 2 members of the public are. I'm trying to remember if there were any others. I'm not 100% positive.
And my recollection is there too, and they are present. And if we can pull the conversation, I have no objection to being read into the record and attached to the packet or attached to the next packet, like the board does on many other items where they discuss, but the item wasn't attached and they attach it in the next packet.
Or conversely, we can have those members of the public stand up and tell us what was in their letters.
I would say if the members of the public who submitted letters have that information in front of them and are prepared to do so, that would be fine. If they don't, I still think we haven't allowed the same opportunity for all members of the public to be part of this process. So if we're going to allow any members of the public to be part of this process, we need to allow all. And I think getting comments in writing would also be probably a lot less stressful for the process. The board would have it all to look at in advance and consider, and would feel less like an attack.
I would state that previous times that the board has chosen to do this, there was direction provided to publicly state that letters could be submitted in favor or against, and none were submitted in favor or against. I'm not speaking to anything as far as, so the last interim review, the letters were submitted, they were not submitted in time to be in the packet. And so again, the conversation, I honestly cannot recall everything that was stated in that conversation, but again, would state that this has been on the agenda, anyone can write in and we attach it to the packet. We do this on all kinds of agenda items where people write in their support or their against. We had letters like that were submitted for marijuana. And again, I don't object to those comments that were made being part of the public or the public individual standing up and sharing any information and any feeling that they have about where I'm not fulfilling my contract. And again, so I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying, but anyone, and especially the people that that speak frequently against my performance, they also are very aware that they can submit letters in writing. They were not submitted in a timely fashion to be included in the packet at the previous meeting. That's why they weren't included.
Mr. Knutson.
I'd like to recap recent history. This discussion started September 28th. There were 2 subsequent board meetings. There's been 2 articles 2 weeks in a row in the Delta County Independent. The Merchant Herald has covered this. I don't know if anyone else feels this. My stomach's churning right now. I feel a lot of tension. And I'd like to get this behind us. I'm tired of this. Put it behind us, let us make a decision. If we wait another 2 weeks, it's more angst. I think the public has had plenty of time to add this, and that's where I stand. I will vote against the motion.
Any other comments from the board?
Yes. My stomach's churning too. This is no fun for anyone. I think we have an obligation to the public to be as fair as we can in the process, and I think what was in the packet tonight was not a fair representation of what we have heard from the public over time. And there was it wasn't put out there, hey, submit your comments by this date to be included in the packet. That was not ever said on this. And the last time we did get comments on a review, we didn't look at them. So this just feels unfair to me. And I know that we all have our blinders, and I want it to be a fair process. I want to have the positive comments. I want to have the critical comments. I want us to see both, and I don't feel like we have today.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry, and I know I'm inputting a lot, but it's very relevant to me. My question would be on what agenda items on any agenda has the board ever asked me to solicit prior to the agenda to please submit your comments by a certain deadline? None. None. That's not a policy. It's not a process. We put it on the agenda, and anyone that wants to submit comment either submits a written comment or they show up in public. So my assumption would be that if someone did not submit a written comment to be included in the packet for or against me, it's or again, for or against my performance, not me. I very well know that this is not technically personal. I think that if the comments weren't submitted for the packet, then that's because those people are here. And that would be the other question. Are any of the people who wrote a letter of support for me in the room? Or did they submit electronically because they cannot be here?
Yes, Ms. Mick.
Does anybody still have on record the letters that were submitted last time? And if so, can we get those? The ones that we were not allowed to consider.
If they were submitted to me, I have them.
Well, okay, Mr. Johnson.
I think it goes back to gets back to if the two people who submitted the comments are here and want to express their disappointment with the administrator's performance, let them get up, explain their points, and then, I think it will be a very fair comparison with the letters that have been submitted.
And I would tend to agree with Mr. Johnson. If people want to get up and make comments about Ms. Ferguson's performance, they are welcome to get up and make comments about Ms. Ferguson's performance, just so that it's balanced. I mean, the people who wrote those letters that are in the packet are not here. So allowing the public to state their concerns, and then we can go into executive session and come up with some kind of recommendation or discuss it. I mean, that's one thing. Having everybody just send in a letter, Ms. Ferguson has a valid point. We do not put this out on every single agenda asking for written comment. But it is known that you can do that. So, any other discussion from the board? Yes, Ms. Budden.
I've heard from people from the public complain, accuse, malign Corinne for the last, I don't know, at least a month. And we sit here as a board and say nothing because that's the way the rules are. When it's public comment, we do not reply. That's the way the rules are that we have, and I'm sick of it. We have not been allowed to refute, explain, or commend Corinne that I would do had we been allowed. This is disgusting. I mean, you guys, the public, elected us, the board, to hire an attorney, to hire an administrator, to oversee. And that's what we're supposed to do. And you're not going to like everything. I'm not going to like everything. There are things I would change. But it is not to go and tear someone down. You don't even know, many of you, what it takes to search for and hire an administrator. You don't know how lucky we were when Mr. Knight left to have someone in our community who was able and trained and willing to take on that responsibility. You don't know how many times we have been commended by that fact alone, from CML and from, people that we deal with. Well, you read the letters. Corinne may not have a college education in this particular field. She has a college education, except for that diploma at the end. But she has years of training in this particular job, in this particular company, in this particular town. She has qualities that I admire. I mean, she can keep her cool when all this crap is going on. I don't understand how she does it. I would really, I want to strangle some people. but she doesn't come across that way. She, no matter what the situation, she is calm, and I don't, I don't know how she does it, but she has handled uh, the town through a lot of, you know, like the water thing, she did not go out and
Excuse me, sir. You do not get to speak until you're called on. Excuse me, Mr. Markle. Either put a sock in it and wait until it is time for the public to comment on this discussion item, or leave the room. Your choice.
Mr. Markle, I have listened to you, I have listened to a lot of other people, and I haven't interrupted. And this is why I'm just saying, the board has not had an opportunity, or you have not had an opportunity to hear the board's review of Corinne. We put out the summary of our review, and you're still not happy. Well, okay, you're not happy. You know, and what do you want to do? You want to get a new administrator? Do you know how long that takes? Do you know that nobody would come here because they read Facebook too, and they say, well, I wouldn't go to that town where they...
Excuse me, there will be no comment until the public is called upon. And if you do not be quiet, I will have you removed from this room. It will be a time, but the board gets to discuss this motion first.
I am just saying that we have these letters here. They're the first ones who have spoken up for Corinne. And I regret that the board has not had an opportunity to do so before. And maybe I'm a little out of order, but that's the way it is. Thank you.
Please, no, we're not going to have public outbursts here. All right, is there any further discussion from the board? All right, seeing none. Who from the public would like to speak on the motion, please? All right, Mr. Markle.
Thank you for recognizing me. I agree with Corinne. I think that adding more time to this process and soliciting input for or against anybody's performance or public comment will not be productive. Because I disagree with Mick. People who disagree with Corinne's or have an issue, say, with someone's performance will not be comfortable typically putting that in writing when that person has great power over the complainant. Okay? People who feel that Corinne's not doing a good job may not be comfortable saying so because of fear of reprisal. They have neighbors who may feel differently than them. They're putting themselves at risk, both through professional process and social process, I suppose. So I don't know how you guys want to deal with it, but I would like to say my piece if I'm allowed. If we can do it tonight, great. If next time, I'll have something prepared in writing and we can solicit, you know, like, I don't know what benefit we can possibly get from this. But I see consistently that you guys offer performance reviews if they're positive in public. Dave just did it, Karen just did it. So I don't understand how you can come up here and tell the public to stay on topic when you guys can't even recognize your own biases. So do whatever you want. I know you don't care what I think. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Ms. Watson.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yes, we have a motion to develop a process for discussion and put it off to the next meeting to actually have that discussion.
Okay, I'm confused about what that discussion is and this and that. It seems like we have different people with different ideas about what this is all about. I thought one of the reasons why this came on was because after the last executive session, you just came out, disbanded the meeting, and it almost seemed like there were decisions that were made during the executive session based on some future things that appeared in the packet. So I didn't believe that this was a performance review that we're doing. It seems that it is now. It seems that there are letters that you're now to if you want another performance review, do the annual one that's required before January 1st, 2022, and solicit solicit letters from people. I mean, I didn't prepare a letter. I think in the newspaper, Corinne said that she didn't want this to be a big public discussion. I respected that. She didn't want it to be litigated in public. It was going to just be a discussion between the board and her. But the thing is, I'm not quite sure. I mean, that performance review already has happened. And I guess I'm just really confused at this point what this meeting is all about. And as far as the requirement to just comment about the motion that was being made, our resolution says, after the discussion of an agenda item, the mayor shall open the floor for comment from members of the public who shall be allowed the opportunity to comment and ask questions on the agenda item. There's no requirement that combines people to just talk about your motion. It's about the agenda item. And as far as the contract is concerned, I do understand Mary Bachran's concern about the chief of police language in there. But it's a little odd, too, because it just it explains it. It says, because the chief is her husband. So, I mean, it's kind of obvious we don't have a chief that's her husband anymore. So I understand it probably should be changed, and that's probably important. But as far as everything else, I don't think it's an appropriate time to talk about I mean, I guess you could talk about, but it's confused with this another 6 months later, more letters for a review that already happened. So if you want to have more letters, have a new review. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Since we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. We're going to start 3 minutes apiece, please. So we're going to start with Mr. Bruner.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Going back to the agenda item, it's a contract review. The mayor has the sole privilege of setting the agenda. The mayor's original statement was that this is about reviewing the contract, and she enumerated the points that were to be discussed. And she said no comments would be taken. Okay? So I think to continue with any kind of a review with comments tonight is out of order because it has not been put on the agenda. It was obviously not what the mayor put on the agenda. So if there's going to be further discussion on this topic, it has to be at another time. As far as letters to be submitted, I submitted a letter that was not included in this packet, and I believe it was submitted before the final packet came out. So it's not who's written a letter in the past. It's like if there's going to be a review, who might write a letter in the future? You have no idea. Anyway, I think to continue with the discussion of a review this evening is out of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hunt.
Joan Hunt, 220 North Fork. I think what Corinne has been put through is horrifying. I think it's wrong. I think there's ways that people get or lose a job. There's a vote, or you have a boss, and if there's a complaint, the complaint goes to your boss discusses it with the person, maybe brings you in on it, and it's worked out, but you don't go to an entire community and take some sort of complaints and judge a person on that. Of course some people will be unhappy. This just seems so wrong. Does she have a boss? Does Corinne have a boss? Is Mary? Mary? No, the whole
The board.
The, I'm sorry, what? I have another question also, and does her contract include both of her? She has 2 jobs, is my understanding. Yeah? And does that contract reflect both jobs?
No, the contract says that she will continue to act as the clerk, does not actually define those duties. The contract is basically with her as the town administrator.
Okay. I guess it would be up to Corinne. The meetings I've come to, it has always seemed to me, and I was astonished that, well, Corinne will do it. Well, Corinne will do it. Well, who's going to do it? Well, Corinne will do it. And it seemed physically and humanly impossible to me. So I think she has a very difficult job, and she's been great to me to respond to me. I had a tree problem, man. She got right back to me. She gave me the link to where the instructions were about should I take care of the tree or the town or what are my obligations. So I've had nothing but good things to say about her. So thank you.
Okay, who else wants to comment? Yes, ma'am. Turn the gray button, push. Yeah.
On. Lauren Thaliberis, I live on Matthews Lane, local business owner. I am so frustrated watching this tonight. I modified my plans to be at this meeting. To watch all this going on, to say, oh, let's defer. It's like, honestly, Mayor, I agree with you. This is a contract review. What is going on here? I am just totally flabbergasted that the way this is manipulated into, you know, a roasting of Corinne. I just feel like, oh my God, you know, I don't know how you guys are going to get more trustees and people to run this town. Corinne has been exemplary in everything I have dealt with. I support her completely. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional, but I am frustrated sitting here watching this banter back and forth. You have a rule, you have an agenda. I have been a professional engineer for 30 years. I have been in contract reviews. You do a job contract, you offer it. If it's accepted, you're employed. Pulling in all of this stuff about her character and letters, and I completely agree with Corinne too. You guys don't solicit letters for everything else. This whole process just seems to have spiraled out of control, and I really urge you to go back to what it is. You're reviewing her contract. Whether or not she accepts it based on performance reviews, to me, is a totally separate topic. I just don't understand this, and it's very frustrating to be in this town and love this town and sacrifice what I personally have sacrificed to live here and run a business and see this agenda. I don't get it. And I urge you to really look at what's going on here, because you're setting a precedent for people coming in. You know, I am not legally a Paonia, Colorado resident. I'm still in Wisconsin. When I come here, would I want to be part of this community, part of the legal board, part of the trustee? Based on what I'm seeing, is like, hell no. It is too stressful. I agree, my stomach is in knots. I don't know how this town can get the momentum and the quality people and the love and the cooperation to move this town forward. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it's a village, man. You gotta work together. And I am so tired of seeing these factions. It's hard to watch. I support Corinne completely. I urge you to just do, if the agenda item is her contract, review the contract. The review may be a separate issue, but please, I think the focus is in dire need. So, thank you.
I believe then the subject is over. There's some contract modification language due to change in circumstances. Make it so. but I believe the issue is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, we're honored to have a former mayor here, Neil. And, you know, Neil, we had a lot of interviewing going on for the position that Corin has while Neil was mayor. A lot of out-of-state people came in. It went on for months. You know, sometimes I feel the town is still suffering from the shadow of a long time ago when we had a clerk who robbed this town of what? We don't know exactly, $800,000. And now I'm reading a letter about a coffee maker during a virus, $150 coffee maker, and people are making it like there's corruption going on when we had a previous town clerk steal, we know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even 800,000 or more. Have we gotten paid back on that? I doubt it. This is just, I liked the involvement of the town and being active with the process, but I feel this has gone on for way too long. I commend the trustee that wrote the letter addressed to Madam Mayor and to Corinne. But this is just going on way too long. And we're talking about a $150 coffee maker during a virus? As if it's some sort of massive corruption? You know, Corinne's husband probably left this police force because of this situation. Let's be realistic. To protect his wife. And we lost a great police chief. A great police chief. Because of this. So there's been effect, this has been affecting the town for far too long. Corinne is well liked by a lot of people, including myself, and I feel that we do have to move on. This is trite, it's pathetic, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
For the sake of time, I would like to modify my motion, and I don't want to cut off public comment, but could I make a motion if people still want to speak? Maybe we'll continue. Is that an option?
I do not understand what you are trying to do, Michelle.
What I'm trying to do is modify the motion that I made previously. I don't want to interrupt public comment if people still want to speak, but that may impact what people have to say. I don't know if I can jump in and do that or not, but we're just for time.
Well, we do have 9 minutes left in the meeting.
So you can make a motion to amend the main motion.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the main motion. I would like to amend the motion to focus strictly on contract discussion this evening and disregard any letters related to performance.
Do I have a agreement on the second to that amendment? Okay. Trustee Buninger seconds that. Discussion from the board. Yes.
My intent is not to make this miserable for anyone. I know this is not a good process for you, and this all started because in September it was really unclear to me what we could discuss in the contract without getting into a personnel discussion as well. I feel like those overlap. I feel like the letters that were included in this packet really focus on performance and character, which is not in line with discussing the contract. So to me, that brought up a level of confusion. But I am fine to just go back to discussing the contract. That's all we're talking about tonight, and let's be done with it.
Any further discussion from the board? All right. I'm going to stop you just 1 second here, Chris, so that we can garner any discussion from the public on the amendment to the motion to make this simply about the contract. Is there any comment from the public? Yes. Did you? No, okay. All right. So we have an amendment to the motion to make this simply about the contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right. That motion carries. So, let me ask you this. Would the board like to continue hearing public comment? Or would we like to go ahead and vote on the motion and then have public comment, or just cut off public comment?
I would like to continue hearing public comment. My intent was not to cut off comment, just to get things moving in some direction.
All right, so we will continue to take public comment. You're on.
Well, things have kind of changed. I'm not going to address for Corinne or for you guys. I'm very aggravated that, you know, you guys, all of you work for the town. And you've got all these people saying, go Corinne, and then you got people saying no. And that's both ways. But what I am aggravated at is you don't want public comment unless it's for what you want. And then it's okay for Elaine, Brett, and your friends to speak up, but nobody else is supposed to open their mouths while anybody else is speaking. And I'm tired of that, because you guys, we're in America, and we are not a communistic country where we don't have to speak. We got rights just like you guys, and we, the people, are the ones that elected you guys to do it. And so, you know what? Everybody is allowed a voice. I'm not up here to condemn Corinne or anything, but I am tired of being told we can't talk, don't speak, but then so-and-so can clap and not get a word. And I'm tired of it. Treat us all equal and act in the position that you were given, because you are the ones that are running this show. And you are running it for us, not for these guys. They're your employees. And that's what you guys forget. The money that comes into this town and the money that is in this town to be spent is because of these people. And so it should be handled with great reverence, because you want to make the town better and do things. And we've got a lot of absolutely fantastic people to do that. But you've got to give them the chance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion to go ahead and extend the meeting, being that we are abutting our town, our limits. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting for 1 hour?
I have a motion to extend the meeting for 45 minutes.
Do I have a second on that motion? Discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. All right, we're carrying on. Who else would like to speak? Mr. Zimmer?
So it's a little confusing now. So you're doing a contract review,
right?
Correct? So that just means you're going to discuss the terms of her contract?
Yeah.
And not whether she's meeting the terms of the contract?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to comment as one of the group. I've come to a number of these meetings, and I feel like it's, as so many people have said, it's so disappointing. It's so frustrating to watch this ridiculous mess that is supposed to be a small town of people, we're neighbors. We're neighbors. It really is disgusting. But that aside, I just have to point out, there's a lot of flack that gets thrown to the staff, not just the administrator, Public Works, the Cindy, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like there's a lot of disappointment from the public, particularly the 7 or 8 people that show up for every meeting and beat on the same points over and over again. I would offer that, in my assessment, the board really could use a bit of a progress review, or a performance review, because in the last few weeks I saw the head of the water board come in and said, we don't have a mandate. You haven't told us what to do. You haven't told us what you want. This is the 3rd review in a year for the same employee that you hired for 2 years in January because you wanted to be able to do the job. So what's going on, you guys? Who's in charge? What's going on? I see certain people get out of the audience and say, "Oh," and then there's a motion. It's like, who's running the show? You guys are supposed to be in charge. You've been elected. We really would, and I respect, it's a lot of work. I know it's a thankless job. I've been trying, I know Bill left. I talked to people all day to get somebody to run for, no way, no way. Nobody wants the job. So I'm really grateful that you're here, and I appreciate all the time and energy you put in. But please, somebody needs to take control of this situation. In my experience, and I talk to a lot of people that do business in town, the administration does quite a good job. This is a hard little place to run. There's a lot of different points of view, and I would offer that 99% of the comments you get from the public are based on one person's one experience. They have no idea what the scope of those people do. I mean, it's an enormous job. It's an enormous amount of responsibility. So many things. At every meeting we come to, you guys say, can staff take care of this and get me that information and blah, blah, blah. Have some global perspective here. Recognize what we're dealing with and what we're talking about. And what as I've said up here before, the point is to work together to make a better town. Okay? Can we have that as our primary objective? And please work together. You have a point of view, you have a comment, please bring it in a civil way. To watch somebody scream at the mayor last meeting and no one does anything. What kind of behavior is that? We're grown adults. This is a civil forum. This thing is on YouTube. Potentially you're going to get rid of her. Who the hell is going to want to come and work here? Think about it. Think about it. We're in charge of our destiny. Let's do a better job. Let's figure out how to work together.
Mayor.
Please.
Time.
Thank you. All right. Who else would like to speak? Yes.
Elaine Brett, 1899 Hawks Haven Road. Thank you, Frederick. Living in Paonia is like Groundhog Day. I've been here for a while, and through 3 mayors, 5 administrator clerks, no, 6, make that 6, because there's interims. And I have watched over the years, unlike other towns, unlike other municipalities, people in the public with vengeance and anger attack the people who are up here, whether it's trustees or staff, but mostly staff. I have seen them run people out of town. I have seen them ruin people, and I've seen them totally frustrate and affect people's health. And it has to stop. Groundhog Day has to stop. You all are in a position to make it stop. The people out here with a vengeance, who are out to get staff, who are out to get you all, have to stop. We have to work together. And if not now, when? The time is now, and you all can do it. We all can do it. And people in the public can do it. Just make it stop. We've got good people here, and let them do their job. The progress in Paonia, the potential in Paonia, it's why I'm here. The potential in Paonia is so great. It's a wonderful place. We all love it. Except for the town meetings. And Karen said it, Dave said it. It's frustrating. Lauren said it. It's frustrating to watch. It's painful. Make it stop. Make Groundhog Day stop. And let's get on, and let's move forward with the town of Paonia and make it what it can really be. And get the people who are obstacles, who are in the way, who are stopping you from doing your jobs, out of the way. And let's work together.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and I'm just here to make the kind of comment I normally make, which is there are ordinances and resolutions which need to be followed. So I'm coming back to the contract because I just wanted to point out that there's the mayor's supervisory duties resolution, which says in it that the town administrator shall continue to serve at the pleasure of the Board of Trustees and shall be subject to interim and annual reviews by the board. So I'm just bringing that up because that's not what's in the contract. And that could solve all of this. I don't know how many reviews have really happened, but this resolution probably should guide the contract and not the other way around. And if you want to get all the input from people, good, bad, or otherwise, you probably, based on this resolution, which is, by the way, 2020-21, you could have a formal review and let everybody submit what they want. And to me, that's what's important in a town, is that the ordinance and resolutions are followed consistently. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Mr. Markle.
I'd like to respond to some of the comments made by the public, if I could. One item that I think is a little bit telling is that people are crapping all over Ken Knight in these letters and in their speech and in the paper. And nobody said anything while he was still here. And that's to my point that I was saying before. You're not going to get a lot of people with the courage to sit up here and make themselves a target to this, right? It's much easier to just put your head down and say, yeah, it's okay because she's not, you know, our administrator isn't stealing from us, so everything's hunky-dory, right? And let's just move forward, you know? I think that really, and I feel that everybody recognizes this, what this town lacks is leadership. What this room lacks is leadership, right? And we have hired leadership. We are paying for leadership. We have elected leadership, which we are not receiving. Okay? It's the crux of the problem. Frederick nailed it. We need to work together. We need this room to reflect this town, because this town is awesome. This room sucks. And I think everybody can agree with that, right? So how do we make it better? What are our steps forward? Honestly, I don't know. I think a new town manager would be great, someone who can act in a position of leadership, who can plan, who can build a team, right? Who can plan for a new team, someone with experience doing these types of things. But what do I know? What do you guys know? What do you want to do? Help us. Please.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Yes.
Brian Fazio, Bethlehem. I'm in support of Corinne and the administration in the town. And I guess I don't quite understand a lot of what's going on here because I don't get involved in this type of stuff. But I would like you guys to complete the review and not prolong this anymore. This is not achieving anything by prolonging it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. So we have, oh, is there one? Who did I miss? Mr. Broner.
I apologize for speaking again, and I've been singled out here, so I feel like I need to respond. I do want to apologize for raising my voice to match the mayor at the last meeting. And it's a little off topic, but since it's been brought up in a personal comment that was not objected to by the mayor, I'm going to respond. I attempted to engage the mayor in a discussion about town matters that she was quoted in the newspaper on that, in my view, do not comport with the record. And I waited until the end of the meeting at the mayor's report, thinking that that was the proper place to do it rather than bringing up an unpleasant subject at the beginning of the meeting when there's a lot of people here that aren't going to understand. The mayor was refused to engage in a discussion on that, raised her voice, and I apologize for raising my voice to match her as she squelched my ability to bring up the subject. And as far as the long history of people running people out of town, I'll cop to it. I ran for the board because I thought Jane Berry was not the right administrator for the town of Paonia. And I was encouraged to ask the tough questions that eventually, I think, led to her resignation. And when she resigned, she filed 2 complaints against me and another trustee, one to the Colorado Civil Rights Commission and another to the town's insurance company, blaming me for harassment and all manner of things. And both of those complaints went nowhere. She was ruled completely out of order. I did my job as a trustee. I asked the hard questions. It's not easy to be the trustee that asks the hard questions. You get a lot of blowback, a lot of bad vibes, okay? I was encouraged to ask those hard questions by members of the staff that are here now, and people are defending, saying it's been going on for years that people are running people out of town. Well, I was encouraged to ask those hard questions by people who are the topic of discussion today. So that's all I want to say. I just think that when the mayor makes statements about the town in public, the mayor should be ready to stand and deliver when asked about that in a public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't recall who raised their voice first, but it did happen, and it's nice to see people are apologizing about things, and we need to move on this. I mean, this town's had some hard times before. You know, the theft that occurred, it occurred. We just lost a police chief, a good man, because of this situation. And what, you know, where are we? I would much rather see people running for the board than complaining about the way that I'm foreseeing. And I hope that we can it's the holiday season coming up, winter solstice is coming up. Let's focus on the good things. We're getting through a virus right now. Our masks are back on. Why are our masks back on? Because we got one of the highest rates of the virus in the nation right now. We've got other things that we could be focusing on, is all I got to say.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. Seeing none. We have an amended motion to deal with the contract only. Did I get that correct? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion passes. All right, so back to the contract. I have pointed out the things that I think need to be changed in the contract. Would the board like any other input?
I have several comments. Do you want me to just run through the whole thing? Or are we doing motions as we go? How do you want to do this? Five, maybe? 6? Do you want me to make a motion on each one and do it that way? Okay. So first is...
I'm going to change my mind here. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and run through them, and then you can make a motion to make the changes. And then if members of the board don't like it, we can make amends on that.
Okay. The first is on page 318 of the packet, and this is what you mentioned, Mary. Oh, nope, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry. Page 317 of the packet, Ms. Ferguson shall not oversee the chief of police. We need to strike that line. And the following language on Ms. Ferguson being married to the chief of police.
All of section C,
yeah,
correct?
All of section C.
Okay.
Next page, 318. Section 4A refers to the performance review. I agree with public comment that we should follow our resolution on this. So I would not be in favor of amending that until or unless we amend the resolution along with it.
There is no personnel committee anymore.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Karen's comment.
There is no personnel committee anymore. So we probably need to change that to have a 2-trustee committee should be appointed by the board, or whatever process you would like to set up. To make sure we get the wording right, that an ad hoc committee shall be set up, shall complete the performance review of the town.
Yep, and honestly, I don't recall if this actually matches our resolution or not. So I would want to bring this in line with our resolution on performance reviews. Okay, and then I'm going to page 323, Exhibit A. Fifth item down, serves as Human Resources Officer unless otherwise assigned. Many of our human resources responsibilities were previously handled by the Personnel Committee, so I think the board needs to be clear whether this is part of the administrator's responsibilities.
I'm sorry, what page are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 323, this is Exhibit A, job description, first page.
Thank you.
Fifth item down, serves as Human Resources Officer unless otherwise assigned. I think, if not officially, at least in practice, human resources responsibilities were previously assigned to the Personnel Committee. So if we are moving those all directly back to the administrator, I think that's something we need to be clear about as a board. Sorry, I've got a couple more, but I'm trying to stay on track so I'm not getting into personnel issues. Develops and implements the comprehensive plan for the town. That has been presented to the board in this budget session as something to be contracted out. So we as a board need to decide how we want to move forward with that responsibility. Page 323, that's, I don't know, a little over halfway down the bullet points. And then a couple more down from that, Principal Public Relations, Public Information, Intergovernmental Affairs Officer, represents the town at meetings with federal, state, and other local government officials. The mayor had taken on quite a bit of that responsibility in terms of meeting with other government officials. So again, I think we as a board need to make a decision on whether that's a mayor responsibility or an administrator responsibility. Next page, 324, last bullet point in the very first section, develops and supervises grant applications and awards. I don't believe we can leave this under the administrator when grants have been assigned to the mayor, because our administrator cannot oversee our mayor. And I think that's all I have that steers clear of a personnel discussion.
Okay, well, it seems like there are a couple things that are pretty cut and dried that we can go ahead and do a motion on, and that would be to strike C and then to make Section 4 an ad hoc committee and make sure that it's in line with the ordinance. And then we can take these other things one at a time. So would somebody like to make a motion to that effect? Yes.
Prior, can I just, I just want to bring up one thing, and that is the conversation about the resolution, and that the timing of the resolution was, again, it was 2020, and at the time of the renewal of this contract and the modification that went into effect in January of 2021, the discussion was had that the board and the direction from the board was not to follow that, because doing a 6-month interim and an annual was redundant and was causing, it was just, there were multiple reasons why the board voted unanimously to move to annual reviews, not interim and annual reviews. So again, when we're talking about tracking and consistency, I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Well, then maybe we should just take these then one at a time.
And I'm not trying to provide direction, I'm just reminding, and
Right.
so if the board wants to return to an interim and annual, that's of course completely up to the board to suggest the modification to the contract.
Okay. Well, let's get a motion on C to strike the section 2, letter C.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Public? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now that motion passes. And let's move on to section 4, the performance review.
I move that this be given, we name an ad hoc committee to do the review.
And do you want to put the annual versus interim or what? I'm sorry, Karen.
Annual.
Okay. Can I get a second on that motion? And that's to make it an ad hoc committee and an annual review. Discussion by the board? Yeah.
I like the idea of an interim review because we are directed to, we are supposed to provide direction to the administrator as a board, not as individuals. And without an interim review, I feel like what happens is the administrator ends up getting feedback from individuals that might not necessarily reflect the full voice of the board, and I feel like that can be extremely confusing. I think we could have an interim review that's a much less formal process, but it just brings some information back to the board for everyone to have a discussion and make sure that our formal direction is very clear. So I would be in favor of keeping an interim review in place in a much less formal way. It would be up to the ad hoc committee to determine the structure of that.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
Setting priorities is different, and making someone accountable for achieving those priorities and being clear and timely about it is tied into a performance review, but it's our responsibility as a board to set priorities, and we're not doing a good job of that. So I want to kind of separate those two in our mind, because a performance review is not a tool to set priorities.
Yes.
No, but it isn't a tool to provide feedback in a way that can represent the voice of the board rather than the voice of individuals.
Other discussion? My own comment on this is, for example, our last performance review has resulted in this. I think an annual review is absolutely appropriate. I don't know that, for example, this last review gave anything that was really worthwhile in that review, and I suspect we are going to end up in the same process again. Also, doing a formal kind of process every 6 months on the administrator is ridiculous. This has never happened in the past, and it seems like it's serious overkill. So, any further discussion? Yes.
Okay, let me put it this way. I'm not looking for a performance review. I'm looking for better guidance, what Dave said, better guidance from the board, which I think we have frankly failed at in our task to provide clear guidance to the administrator on a regular basis. So I would like to see something even more often, maybe quarterly on the agenda, where we just have our goals for the year and we can talk about how we're moving toward those goals and make sure we're providing clear and consistent direction to our administrator as a board. That's what I want to see.
And again, we have done that. Those goals came back to the board. They were in the agenda package. They were there. And the board didn't comment on them. The board didn't say anything. And then we went to another review. Again, I think it is redundant. I don't think it's serving what we're aiming for at all.
I appreciate your input, but I'm getting very frustrated that you feel the need to oppose me on absolutely everything I say. That's just getting really hard for me.
I disagree with you on this point.
Yeah, I know. You do. All of it. I think we need to have a discussion with our administrator on a regular basis about how things are going. And I don't think we achieve that in our normal meetings. We don't have it agendized in our normal meetings. We've brought up goals once since we set them in 2020, and it was included in a budget workshop. It was not included in the meeting packet. I feel like we're not giving clear direction, and it's our responsibility to do that. And I'm trying to find a way that we can do that.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
Just before I left, I sat down and went through a number of agenda items and administrator reports as of the end of September, and I started compiling, here's all the tasks we as a board have asked our administrator to do. And I tried to put like my own priorities on it. I would be willing to redo that worksheet for the next meeting and provide that to the board, because it lists priorities, it lists the tasks, it lists who's responsible, and it might be a beginning of a guiding document that could help keep us on track.
I think a guiding document would be great, and I really appreciate your suggestion and the work you put into that. Thank you.
Now, is this getting in the weeds, and does the board approve me working on that?
Can we get a general consensus from the board?
So,
yes.
just to be clear, we still have
I know,
Karen's
we still
motion.
have a motion.
Yeah.
Right, so we need to deal with that first. And I wanted to get any public comment on the motion to do an ad hoc committee to do an interim and annual review. No, just an annual review. Yes, Chris.
Chris Kendall. I like the idea of not having as formal a review more often, because it gives whoever you're reviewing a chance to know what's going on. Instead of 6 months down the road, you are blindsided because something didn't get done that should have. And being in a management position for years, that was not, you know, it's kind of nice to have that talking relationship and not just once a year, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. But if you have a quarterly review, it doesn't have to be full strength. You talk about things that are happening right now, and you can work forward. And I think that's more what we need in this type of setting than in others. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Yes, Gia.
I agree. I think that's why we're having some of the problems we're having. Corinne might not be clear on certain things that need to be done at the proper time. We've run into this in the past with other managers where they just kind of did it their way and the board backed out of it till the very end. And then the public didn't trust the manager or the board. So I think that it's good to have communication. Frederick did have a good point when he said we need to be in this together. I went to Delta with another person that's on the Board of Appeals, and we kept getting this language of they, meaning the public, and us, meaning all of you. And it really offended me and the person I was with, because I come into Corinne's office and I talk to her about things that bother me all the time, because I don't think I want to bring it into the public square sometimes. But she knows very well how I feel. I've talked to persons on the board. I've talked to Mary before about my neighbor. There's all kinds of things that people do that we don't like. But you're hired, you know, for us and to keep this town running smoothly. And I think if you do come at it every 3 months and not have it so strict, or I don't know, so board-like, that I think it would help Corinne know where you guys want to go, know the direction of the town. You get our input all the time. All the trustees do, all the time. So why not give that to Corinne every 3 months? that would be great to me. I think it's a good idea. That's it.
Thank you. Who else? Yeah, Thomas?
I want to bring to your attention that you're still saddling someone with two jobs, two full-time jobs. And it would be a very rare person who would be up to that 100%. And I think that Dave's offer to produce a list of organized tasks and responsibilities and schedules would actually be the responsibility of the town manager in proper kind of a manner. It's kind of the thing that you guys are trying to get away from with the committees and doing all the work of the town. So I think you're falling back into it already.
Thank you. Yes, Joni.
Joan Hunt, 220 North Fork. I think it's important. I would think Corinne would want a discussion of goals, quarterly at least. But to call it a review, there's more of an implication, well, you're doing it right or you're doing it wrong, versus more of a teamwork sort of thing. Here are our goals. Here's where we want to go. Here's our focus. So I agree with the other people. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none. We have a motion on the board, motion on the table to have an ad hoc committee do an annual review of the town administrator. Is that correct? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion carries. All right, let's move on then to the job description. Personally, I think we need to take except the police chief off of directly supervises. And then if the board has no objections, we will leave serves as human resources officer unless the board has an objection to that. Okay. Develops and implements comprehensive plan for the town. I think it is well beyond the scope of any town administrator to write a comprehensive plan without help. If you look at just the development of Paonia in Motion, which is only a piece of a comprehensive plan, and all the work that has gone into that, it is just showing you what it takes to do this. We cannot have a town administrator. It will not be a good comprehensive plan if it's done by the town administrator alone. And develops does not mean write. Develops does not mean create. Develop means is to bring it to fruition with help and cooperation from a lot of other things. So, unless the board wishes to change that, the town administrator has put forth a plan to hire a contractor to do the comprehensive plan. So it seems like that's already happening. So, unless the board wishes to change that, I think we let it stand. Input from the board. Yes.
The language as it was written was prepared with the idea that our administrator was going to run the master planning process. We had a timeline for that and a plan to have it completed in 2021, and we had the documents we were starting with from previous staff. So I think to leave the language now with what is a completely different direction that's being proposed is misleading.
Other comments from the board?
How about overseas development?
Okay. Would you like to make a motion for that?
I move that we add the word overseas to that development.
So oversee, develop, and implement?
Oversees the development.
Okay, oversees the development of the comprehensive plan, correct? Yeah. Do I hear a second? Further comment from the board? Yes.
Did we make a motion or vote on the human resources officer piece? Are we going to do that?
Well, let's deal with this because.
Okay, it's just out of order, and I don't know if we need
Well,
a
I
motion
think-
on every piece or.
Well, I asked for board direction on that and nobody spoke up.
So we left it.
As to we wanted to change it.
So we're just moving on. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, anything from the public? Yes, Thomas.
So I'm clear. You guys tasked Corinne with creating a master plan, which she attempted and did not finish. After research, she found that it is the task of the planning committee to complete this plan. And now the plan is to charge us $70,000 to hire somebody else to do it? Is that the plan? That's our plan, to have a plan? Yes? Nod? Shake? Anything? Nothing? No response?
It's in the budget.
Okay, yeah, 70 grand? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Mr.
I can swear,
Morrow,
I can say
no,
anything
you
I
cannot.
want.
No, you cannot. There are specific rules in this.
I think that we have to pay attention to the decorum here. We don't want to incite any violence.
Out of her fucking...
Can we please keep the rhetoric to some more professional language and conduct?
70 grand. Okay? Really? And everybody's okay with this? You guys are okay with this?
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is totally separate from the
This
discussion.
is, the discussion of the contract is to make it so that we can hire
No,
someone to complete this job.
I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Markle's assertion there. This is not having this is providing clarification with respect to the language on the development of the master plan.
Right.
This is not the engagement
going
of a
to be hired.
consultant for the master plan in any way. This is not the commission of a contract for the town,
It's in the budget.
but that's a separate discussion.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I think you were saying overseas, but I think facilitates is a really important word. Because if the Planning Commission is supposed to be intimately involved with a master plan, and by state statute, the Planning Commission is supposed to be meeting regularly scheduled meetings on a monthly basis. It's a requirement. Those are meetings where the Planning Commission, I think the town administrator needs to start facilitating that discussion and that training, basically, getting the Planning Commission apprised of what their duties as far as the master plan are. I know we can hire a contractor, and maybe there is a contract portion of it, but there's a huge amount that we should be encouraging our own citizens who are on these boards. And the sole purpose of that Planning Commission is basically to do the master plan. That is their job. But they don't know what they're doing. They need a trained administrator to help facilitate the process so they start understanding what their purpose is. And if in the Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting that I attended in Delta, and I think Mayor Bachman was there, there were some real, I don't know if Corinne was able to listen in, but there were some interesting suggestions, and one was master plans aren't always adopted all at once. Some communities do components of it. Every 3-5 years they add this to it, then they add that to it, because it's just too massive to do all at once sometimes. We've done a lot of our master plan so far with the space to create, with the trails, what else? The water studies, those are really important parts. But there's a really important part that I think Corinne could be paying attention to, and that is our land use code, which was gutted when Ken Knight was in office, and it really needs to be looked at. But anyway, facilitate is a really important word, I think. So if you could maybe add it to your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Corinne.
I just, again, so speaking about this language specifically, the master plan was started, updating the master plan was started prior to my taking this position. And direction from the board always was that completing the master plan is a priority. Never did the board state that I needed to write that. In an effort to try to continue work that was done by individuals who were trained or had some training in this area, which I did not and never claimed to have, I made an effort to, with help from community members and the mayor, to formulate a timeline and do this in-house, realizing through that initial part and the reaction that was received that it was not successful, and I did not think that it would be successful. I made the recommendation to go to an outside person after reaching out to other communities and having many communities, with the exception of one, tell me that they do not try to draft an in-house comprehensive plan update, nor do they do that with their planning commission. Also does not draft it. They have outside help. I contacted Western Slope Consulting, who is the contractor who is performing our Parks, Recreation, and Trails grant, master plan, and had them look at what we've had, what we've done, and what they said was that for a community at our point, who, yes, could do pieces had we been updating our master plan not 25 years later, we would be at where we're at. We're looking at over $120,000 to write a new master plan. But because of the work that was done previous and that I participated in with the staff and with community members, that's where the $70,000 came from. The only reason I bring it up is because it's discussion.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we are veering far off of the motion that was made, and we're into a performance discussion at this point. So I would like to bring us back to that motion.
Yes. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to change the language to oversees the development of a comprehensive plan. All in favor?
I would like to amend my motion.
Sure. Please do.
To put facilitate.
Oversee and facilitate?
I like skip the oversee.
Oh, just facilitate?
Is better.
All right, do I have a second on that?
Yeah, that was my second. I second her amendment.
So can we get a vote on the amendment to the main motion to make it facilitate the development? Yes. So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that passes. All right. So is that done? Do we need to do another on the main motion since it's now facilitate, not oversee? All right. Can we have a, all right, can we have a, all in favor of facilitate the development of a comprehensive plan?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Let's move on with Services Principal, Public Relations, Public Information, Government Affairs Office for the town. I have not taken up the majority of this. I do some online meetings. Ms. Ferguson does the vast majority of this on her own. Do we need to change the language? Okay. Next, we're going to go on to develops and supervises grant applications and awards. I do not do all the grant writing. I am currently working on a grant with Ms. Ferguson. We work together. I do not write the grants alone. I do not research the grants alone. She is part of this process. So she does not supervise me. I really don't supervise her. What she does is supervise the applications and awards. It gets approved by her before it goes out the door. Yes.
I think it's impossible to say that the administrator can oversee a process that the mayor is working on when the mayor oversees the administrator. That just doesn't work. So I think we need either a different plan for grants, or we need to remove that language or change that language somehow. There's no practical way that that works.
Other discussion?
We might be able to clear it up by saying something to the effect that they coordinate, let's see.
How about coordinate grant applications and supervise awards?
In cooperation with board approved. You know, because what I'm trying to get at is we may decide as a board it's a good idea to have Mary work on that, and if we approve that.
And we have.
Then. So that's what I was thinking about language.
So how about coordinates creation of grant applications and supervises awards? Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we say coordinates grant application and supervises award.
Do I hear a second? She said coordinates grant applications and supervises awards.
Page Smith, Delta Avenue. I was hoping we'd have more transparency on the grants that were being worked on. So this begs the question, what's the grant you're working on?
Working on a grant for a housing needs assessment.
Was that housing?
Housing.
We have that be more transparent?
Well, we were going to bring it to the board. We are currently still putting the grant together, and it will come to the board. All right. All right, we need to extend the meeting.
I vote we extend the meeting half an hour.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving on. Yes.
So regarding the grants, I thought what was approved at the, and granted, I wasn't here at that meeting when it was approved, but I thought what was approved was that any grant application or any grants that we might be applying for were going to come to the board before that process starts, so that the board could approve all of the staff time and effort and work that was going into that before you're writing the grant applications.
But you can't write the grant application if you don't, you can't figure out staff unless you write the grant. It's kind of like writing the transmittal letter prior to doing the budget. So it will come to the board. Everything that we will be working on will be coming to the board.
But I want to be clear, I'm not talking about the staff effort on the grant once we get it. I'm talking about the staff effort that goes into the process of writing, preparing, submitting the grant. That is work, and the board needs to approve that. Whatever grants we're looking at should come to the board and say, hey, here's what we're planning to submit in the next 6 months. And then the board can approve or not based on whether we think it's worth the time and energy and effort and cost to go after that grant.
Okay, well, I misunderstood that completely then, and we would, I guess, go back to the motion to clarify. Okay.
I'm seeing nodding. Can we just, well, I guess we can't take action on it tonight, but
Right.
It would be great if we could get clarification on this for the next agenda.
Okay. So we're back to the rewording of the grant. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So the only other thing left on this is that, what did I miss? Oh, I thought we took public comment.
We did.
Yep.
We did.
We did. Yeah, we
Yes.
took public
But
comment. All right.
Trustee Pattison, was your vote a nay?
Yes, my vote's a nay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the only other thing that we have left is to take out the police chief on the first part of the job description. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Is that in the first paragraph?
It's under directly supervises. It says town administrator, and then it goes department administration, FLSA
Oh,
status,
gotcha.
directly supervises. Okay, I think you need to turn on your mic.
That's helpful. I make a motion that we delete the police chief from the direct, wait a minute. Oh, okay. The exception for the police chief be deleted from the directive. So the police chief is department head. Maybe we should say directly supervisors, police chief, department heads, and indirectly all town staff except town attorney and municipal judge. So that's how it would read.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? Discussion? Yes.
Does the town administrator supervise any other appointed positions?
Not the.
So rather than being that specific, I would say the town administrator directly supervises all department heads and indirectly all other town staff except for board appointed positions. Then if we have a new board appointed position or we remove a board appointed position, we don't have to go back and change this again. It just makes it more general.
Dave.
The police chief a lot of times does in a lot of towns, and that's why I wanted to keep it in the wording, just so Trustee Pattison understands the rationale. A lot of towns do have the police chief as an exempt position, so by making it clear and having it in there, then there's no confusion later on. That's the reason I wanted to do that.
So it does not typically fall under the category of department heads?
It's just because there can be a misperception by people about the police chief as a department head, because in a lot of towns, the police chief reports directly to the board.
Okay, that's fair. I was more talking about specifically accepting the town attorney and municipal judge. Instead, I would say board-appointed positions.
So, okay, then I'm foggy on what exactly the wording is going to be.
Let me repeat my motion.
Thank you.
Directly supervises department heads, the police chief, and indirectly all town staff except town attorney and municipal judge.
Except board-appointed officers.
Except for appointed officers.
Okay. Do I have a second? Did we get a second on that motion? All right, discussion from the board. All right, discussion from the public. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that stands. All right, unless there's something else, I think we finally got through that. Yes, Tammy.
Is it appropriate or inappropriate to ask the clerk, to ask Administrator Ferguson if she has any other issues with this contract?
Absolutely appropriate,
So
yes.
I think this, to give you an opportunity to chime in.
Thank you, Tammy.
No, I don't have any issues with the contract. The only thing that I would, just because it does come up frequently and want to touch on again under education and experience, is that it doesn't state in this job description and attachment, the attachment that is part of the contract, that I'm required to have a degree. It states that I can have a degree, I can have experience, or I can have a combination of education and experience. So I just want to make sure that I don't believe that was an issue because nobody brought it up. So no, I don't have any issues.
Okay, great. All right, I think we're finished with this. We're not going to have an executive session, so let's move on to the impact fee from the enterprise funds to street capital. Ms. Ferguson, would you like to say anything about this?
Give me just a minute to get there. Let me see here. 335? Okay, so I'm going there. Thank you. And I think I just have to do it in Trustee Knutson style. I had no idea that I would be more controversial than marijuana. All right. So this was board direction to have the impact fee discussed at an open meeting where the board could take action. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not it was appropriate to take that money from the enterprise funds currently with the necessity of the projects that are coming up. There was also some discussion about the legality of it. So I again reviewed and found from other entities that it's not illegal to assess impact fees. I also have other jurisdictions that do the same, which I included under consistency to give the board some idea of how other communities handle impact fees. And with that, looking at the budget, staff actually did recommend that the board, because there is an enacting ordinance specific to the impact fee, that my recommendation to the board would be to enact the ordinance permitting the enterprise impact fee be assessed and transferred to the general fund, but that it be recommended that the ordinance direct that the impact fee would be determined on an annual basis. And the recommendation continued is that, like I put on my agenda summary, which I am relying on because I am tired, in light of the street capital funding, having the monies needed for the 2022 calendar year, staff, the commitment that we have made for preparing a formal capital improvement plan in 2022 and the immediate need in the Water Enterprise Fund, staff tentatively has removed the impact fee from the 2022 draft budget and recommends the board direct the town attorney in January 2022 to begin the aforementioned ordinance.
All right, questions for the town administrator from the board? Michelle.
Do we charge town hall and town parks for their water use?
We track them, but we do not charge the town for the use. We do not bill ourselves and pay ourselves, no.
Okay, I think we should be consistent about that. If we're charging ourselves an impact fee for use of streets by water, then we should be charging ourselves for water use by any other town department to the water fund.
Further board questions, discussion?
So the enterprise fund can't be funded by other funds. We can't take money from administration in the general fund and put that into enterprise fund. We can't take streets and put that into general fund because those are not enterprise funds. Enterprise funds can go to general fund and other funds, but not vice versa. So I don't know how we would be able to facilitate that because that's not, I don't know how we would do that at this point. I would need to really look into that. I understand the thought. I understand where that's coming from. I'd also would say that our usage is accounted for, but is not putting our water usage, the town's water usage impact is the same with parks and every other fund, and we don't charge parks for using water in the bathrooms to the water fund. You can't go backward that way into an enterprise fund.
So to me, if we're talking about the enterprise fund being self-sufficient and that's the justification for an impact fee, the enterprise fund should also be self-sufficient in that anyone using the water should be charged for the water, and that money should flow into the water fund because that's part of the business expense, the operational expense related to that water fund is any entity using the water, including the town. So I would, if we can't do that, then I would support staff's recommendation to remove the impact fee from the 2022 draft budget and leave it at that.
And I believe that has been done, correct?
We have removed it from the 2022 budget, but yes, and it would just come up again in conversation at the board level at the next budget, whether or not we were going to reinstitute the impact fee.
So when we're working on the
2023
budget. Okay.
Yes.
Right, anything else from the board?
I feel like we should have official board direction on that. So I move that we not include the impact fee in the 2022 budget.
Do I have a second?
I wonder if she could amend her motion to include this ordinance. I think that staff, the staff recommendation to have an ordinance about it being in the budget is a good idea. Would you?
I think we should have two motions on that because the second one, working on the budget now, this makes a difference. We don't have to put that ordinance together until next year.
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. So do we have a second on the motion? Okay. Any further discussion from the board? Anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Byrne.
So, can't have it both ways. The enterprise fund is just that. It's an enterprise fund. It's a standalone business. And if the standalone business is going to be charged by the town for driving on the town streets, the standalone business can definitely charge the town for the water that the town uses. I really appreciate the point, and I would heartfully ask you to, in the spirit of cooperating with the wishes of the community, dump this idea of this impact fee on the water fund. It's nothing but a raid on the water supply, the water fund, to fund other things that the town does, okay? And the fact that it's being withdrawn at the suggestion of the staff right now kind of backs that up, because the rationale is we've got enough money in these other funds, we don't need the money from the water fund right now. The water fund being an enterprise, the thing that separates the fee from a tax is the fee is based on the provision of a service and what it takes to provide that service. Whereas the tax is, we need some money, we're going to charge you 3%. Okay, and so there's been no offering of a rationale for the fee, the amount of the fee for this tax, which makes it a tax. It's just kind of an arbitrary 3%. And I will point out, that's a lot of money. I haven't done the math, but I suspect, given the water, sewer, and trash, it's probably around 100 grand. It's kind of in that ballpark. I don't know. I think 3% of the water thing comes out to 45, given what's in the budget. So just guessing, it's a lot of money. And I will point out, that's 3% is the inflationary factor that the gentleman presented with the assessment of how to make the water fund self-sufficient over the next period of years. And so with that 3% in there, we're looking at a heck of a lot of money in the near future. And so the fact that the streets don't need the money this year, well, I'll tell you what, the water fund's going to need the money next year and the year after and the year after. And what I would suggest is the town acknowledge that all boards that I've ever seen in this room up until the last 2 years of the last administration made the promise that all the money collected for the water system would go to the water system. And so this was Mr. Knight's suggestion. I think it was among the 2 or 3 dozen worst things that he got the board to agree to during this time here. I think that the board should, rather than raid the water fund, should pass an ordinance to make it clear that all the money from the water fund goes to the water fund. And there are, I think they call them interfund transfers, where, you know, if you're sharing pickup trucks with the street crew, you keep track and you portion the money. And that's legitimate. That's going to happen. But the revenue from the water fund should be turned back into the water, because we cannot stand still with our water. We have to move forward, and it's going to take a lot of money. So don't raid the water.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Yeah, the way this fee came into being was just a simple vote at a council meeting. And last year, when I was looking at the budget, I saw this called a pass-through in the budget. And I asked Cindy, and she said, oh, that's the impact fee. I thought a pass-through meant a grant. So the fact that it's so loosey-goosey as to even the definition of what it is, and if you look up the definition of an impact fee, it's something you usually charge to developers for using the roads. It's not, I don't know if this is truly an impact fee. And then again, so I think an ordinance, something really explaining what would be done if you want to go that direction. But that being said, it's kind of a fee that's actually quite unfair to people who don't live in town. I mean, I know people who live outside of town apparently have pretty good rates according to TI compared to other communities. But when you assess this fee to the water, it's rolled in for the town's use of their own streets. And then that charge is rolled into the deficit in the water fund. Actually, people outside of town now have to start paying for the town to use its own streets so they can get their water. And it just seems really convoluted. And I hope you would consider not to go that direction. It was another one of Ken's bad ideas, and I didn't realize people didn't like him so much. I mean, at the time, he seemed to be rather popular. So now that we're on board with the fact that he came up with some bad ideas, this is actually one of them. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we have a motion and a second to remove the impact fee from the budget, from the water budget. for 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, let's move on to the Main Avenue fence.
At board direction, the item specific to the fence review was included on the agenda, and the requested explanation of the series of events regarding the fence application review was also included in the packet and submitted to the board, I believe, last week. As I stated in the memo to the board, the ordinance went into effect August of 2020. February of 2021, I received a fence application. This was the first fence application with a request for a height to exceed 6 feet since the ordinance was enacted. I reviewed the application, received approval for the height request from Public Works and the Police Department, and approved the application. All steps were completed in accordance with the ordinance other than confirming neighbor notification, which I take full responsibility for. I made an assumption that I remembered the changes that we made and did not review the ordinance before going through the approval. And so in order to avoid that from happening in the future, we have created a steps checklist that we require initials to confirm that all required steps are taken in accordance with the ordinance. Staff reviews location, height, and materials for fencing based on the diagram provided only. Staff requires an applicant to provide photo documentation for file upon completion of the fence to confirm that the fence was completed as described. It's property owner responsibility to confirm fencing is on their own property line according to 18-9-10-1. Staff also recommends that the board direct Attorney Nerlin to draft a right-of-way encroachment for when any structure encroaches on town property or right-of-way, and modify 18-9-10-3 and Ordinance 2020-06 number 9 accordingly. That recommendation comes from discussion with the town attorney and research in other communities that encroachment is a pretty regular occurrence that happens in communities onto town property. It's reviewed and evaluated to make sure that it's not an issue. And the encroachment into town property was confirmed in August 2 days prior to this coming to the board, which is why the board didn't receive any information ahead of time, because I didn't have it ahead of time to provide to the board. We did confirm that there is an encroachment just over a foot into the right-of-way. It does not impede traffic. It does not impede anything that has to do with town vehicles and services going through the alleyway. And so we definitely think that this is something that the board will want to clean up. Also, governments are not subject to adverse possession, so allowing an encroachment with an agreement that's trackable would not in any way create an ownership of a piece of town property. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Yeah.
One of the things I want to make sure is that the owner understands that if DMEA is coming through there and they need more room, that fence needs to come down.
Yeah, or the town. So, I mean, so the purpose of the encroachment agreement is to have, one, the property owner on notice as to, hey, this is a feature or improvement that is encroaching onto town property or town utility. And two, typically there's a requirement that the property owner name the town as an additional insured. So that if there is an incident or event that has occurred in that space, the town receives coverage, insurance coverage, to defend against that.
I want to make sure that if the encroachment interferes with utility work, the owner is responsible for removing it. That's what I want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes, Mick.
Does the encroachment impede any of the neighbors from getting access to their property?
And we haven't done any sort of analysis on this encroachment. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that encroachment came about because it mirrored the previously existing? No, okay, never mind.
Okay, I have 3 comments. The first, I really appreciate that you developed a checklist based on this to move forward. I think that's a great solution. So thank you for that. Second, this is the first time that the encroachment has been presented to the board, put in a public packet. If you knew about it in August, we should have known about it in August, or at the first meeting after that information became available. So that's really concerning to me, that somebody could have built onto town property, and we hear rumors and we hear from the public and we can go see it for ourselves, but there is no discussion at the board level or no even acknowledgement that that was the case. And I have one more comment. In the letter that Attorney Nerlin, that you drafted over the summer, you specifically said that the town would help with cost if the fence needed to be modified. There was no cap on that, and that was not something that the board had discussed or approved. And I have a big problem with that. If the cost had been, if the owner decided to fence all in marble and they came back with a cost of $20,000, there's not, we wouldn't have had any recourse at that time because our town attorney presented a letter saying we would pay for that. Thank you.
So, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Arnold.
I did not commit the town in any way to providing those costs. I did say that after the direction from the town administrator, that we were willing to assist with that process. Any assistance would have come to the board for approval in order to be expended as, out of the budget, and we'd have to go through that process. So there was no, that was an offer in terms of negotiation, but I do understand your concern.
And Mayor, if I may, to the point about the encroachment, this is not something that I knew about and then didn't present to the board. It was brought up in the meeting right after I found out about it. And at that meeting, the direction after conversation was not to have any conversations about the fence because of the civil situation at the board level until a later date. And so that's why nothing was then put on the agenda and wasn't discussed in the my administrator's report.
I appreciate that comment and that you were following board direction. And I will go back and look at the video because I know I've been wrong before, but I don't remember any mention of encroachment related to that conversation. What I remember is that this was presented as a dispute between 2 parties, and the board said if it's a dispute between 2 parties, then they need to work that out. And encroachment on town property was never mentioned or discussed.
Okay, further discussion from the board? Okay, do we want to make any kind of motion on this?
You have
yes, Ms. Mick.
So the letter does say the town is willing to contribute the appropriate funds or resources to lower the height of the fence. The ordinance says no fence may extend beyond or across a property line unless it is done with a joint agreement of the abutting property owners. It shall be the responsibility of the property owner to locate all property lines. That was not done, and that is a problem for other people. And this, I think this needs to go a little bit further and have this fence moved to where it belongs. I mean, this is a very incomplete packet on this. We have Ashley Sargent. We have information that we were given from the neighboring property owners. We have all this stuff that is not in this packet. I think we have an incomplete picture of this whole situation. And I don't think it's fair that we just look at some comments and look at the ordinance and say, okay, it's all good. It's not all good. People have had a problem with this.
And may I don't disagree that first the direction, because of ongoing civil litigation, was that we were going to discuss what happened with the evaluation of the fence. There was a motion that those documents be provided to the board, and they were provided to the board. They were not included in the packet because those are specific to the civil situation. And I agree, if the board feels that the town needs to have a higher level of involvement in confirming that a fence is not encroaching on anyone else's property line, then that needs to be in an ordinance, and only the board makes the decision on what's included in the ordinance, not the town. And the ordinance says it's the owner's responsibility to confirm the fencing is on their property line.
There is a property pin that very clearly shows that it extends to the neighbor's property and onto town property.
So our goal here, frankly, is to present the fact pattern to the board in terms of why there's a dispute. As best as I understand, there's still an ongoing dispute, and unless and until there's some sort of resolution with respect to that, I would highly advise the town to not get involved with the specifics of that. But you board members expressed concerns with respect to the process in terms of how we got here, and that was the purpose of including the memo in the board packet.
So is the town not setting a precedent here by allowing somebody to build onto their onto town property? I mean,
The board wants to give direction in terms of examining and providing analysis with respect to that encroachment. We'd be happy to do that.
Trustee Buttinger.
If the board were to tell the person who owns the fence,
Yep, so we need to extend the meeting again.
I move that we extend the meeting for a half hour.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
All right, that motion passes.
If the board were to make the property owner remove the fence or put it back on the correct property line, would that affect the civil dispute that's going on?
Say, I don't know.
You know, I don't know whether one's trying to sue to make him move it or not. And if we just made him move it, maybe that solves the civil dispute as well.
I don't believe that it would. I would also note that there's probably a series of encroachments that exist within town property. So while the town might come down and say, hey, look, there's an encroachment here, which would be the prerogative, it's a bigger picture with respect to other encroachments that exist throughout the town. So that was my suggestion, was not necessarily to use that for addressing this issue, but big picture, it's something that I would recommend that the board take a look at adopting.
So big picture, I think a member of the public was right when she said we should get out of the fence business. I feel like nothing good has come of us trying to regulate fences in town. We charge money for a process that we haven't, and I don't mean you specifically, I mean over the last 100 years, have not done our due diligence to enforce in any way. It's unreasonable, and I think a dispute between private property owners should be a dispute between private property owners. We provide the fence guidelines, and it's up to them to review and follow them. And if the neighbor doesn't like it, then they can figure it out between them. I don't think we should be taking a fee for a review that we don't really do, haven't done historically, haven't made an issue of.
Other board discussion? Yes, Tammy.
If we don't make an issue of a fence being built on town property, then we're really not doing our due diligence, in my opinion.
I will say I agree with that completely, and I'm speaking more of boundaries between personal property in terms of trying to enforce any kind of fence regulations. I agree that anything that's encroaching onto town property, we need to know about as soon as staff knows about it and figure out a plan.
So may I ask a question, Mayor?
Yes.
If the board was to move in that direction and just basically have still that you have to notify the town or come to the town and say you're going to put up a fence so that the guidelines could be provided, but there's no review, could those guidelines include the encroachment piece? So if there was an encroachment that states, you know, it's your responsibility to know where you're building your fence, and if you're going to encroach on the town, you have to do this process.
Well,
board approval. It would have to.
Sorry. You wouldn't want to do it that way. You wouldn't want to set it up for encroachment first. You would want to set it up where somebody builds within their property line, and then the encroachment only comes into play if it's a pre-existing issue or if it's something that needs to be addressed based on lot sizes or variances or whatever it might be. So.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly that what you're suggesting is that we have an encroachment agreement that we could put into place where there's a pre-existing encroachment already onto town property for a fence. Moving forward, no encroachments onto town property would be allowed, and if someone doesn't follow the fence rules and encroaches on town property, we'd ask them to move the fence.
What I'm saying is you could create a process where somebody files for an encroachment for whatever reason, but it would require board approval before it goes into place, if that makes sense. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be a fence. It could be somebody that wants to extend a driveway, a portion onto the town right away for whatever reason. Or it could be a private sidewalk.
So don't we already have a process for that, and that's what started with the last meeting with the potential change in the easement? Or is that a different?
No, that was different. That was an easement agreement. And well, I'm gonna defer to. We have an application from a property owner who wants to reduce a recorded easement and then deed the easement to the town. So an easement process is different than an encroachment.
Gotcha, because it's not on town property, it's on an easement on their property. Okay. Could we just use a similar process?
Most jurisdictions have is just an encroachment application where you come before the Board of Trustees with, proof of insurance, and you explain exactly what you're looking for with respect to the encroachment. And you understand that the town can demand, hey, if we have a need to have you remove that encroachment for utility or whatever, you're subject and required to do that.
Okay.
Bring this back as a separate agenda item at a later date.
Okay, I think that's a really good idea considering the hour and where we are at. Okay, so let's move on to.
Can I make one last comment?
Oh, sure.
As far as this fence, I'm not saying let's make the property owner move it back. We need to. I mean, I think she made a big mistake, and I don't know if it was a mistake or what. I don't know. It doesn't matter, but it needs to be noted that this happened and that this is not a precedent, and it's a nice fence. It really is. It's a beautiful piece of property, but it's really upsetting that this happened because somebody didn't do a survey. That's the last of it. We'll give it up now.
Okay. Yes, Mr. DeFranco.
Mary DeFranco. My son owns the property that's been in contention. What I'm here is the fence was knowingly town property. The fence that was there had been there. I mean, the ex-police chief of Paonia lived there in 1978. He says, I'll come and say that fence was where it was, and it's moved now. She had a surveyor come, and he flagged it and said, yes, this fence is within an inch. The fence is 2 feet on town property. When you build a fence, the fence posts are part of the fence. The fact that she put the fence posts on the outside to say, oh, it's not as far off as it is, doesn't really matter. If you need access down that alley, you've got 6 inches of a fence post, plus the fence, and that fence is 2 feet on town property. She signed a fence permit with the town line, and it stated that she would not encroach on public property, and that she would put the fence on the property line unless the neighbor gave permission. If the 7-foot thing had been done, it would have been notified, my son would have been on top of it. All of this has been a minor nightmare that has gone on since May. And it's like, I can't believe that someone can just put a fence 2 feet knowingly and willingly after signing a contract saying, we will put this fence on the property line, we won't encroach, and that the town will just write up an agreement saying, oh, that's okay, if we ever move the fence, you're going to have to move it. Like, I don't know business that I've been involved with that you could ever do anything like that. And I'm not even going to get into what's going on with my son's property, but I mean, it was a straight fence, and now there's a jog in that fence, and it was made up. Oh, no, that's where it was. It wasn't. So, I mean, what does the town do? Do they say, okay, you move the fence? Who enforces that? Or is it just okay if anybody wants to do this, and then you write up an agreement and say, hey, if we ever need that property, you have to move it. The alley is 16 foot wide originally. That's what's platted. It's now 14 foot wide. Right now, people can't drive through Cherry Lane's property to get back to their property or to my son's property. Jim and Rita aren't going to be there forever. Real estate is going up. That property is going to get fenced on the other side of that, and it's going to be a narrow 14 foot there. And it could be 15 years from now, 20 years from now, but what you do now is what carries for years ahead. And if, as property values go up, once this is known, you can just encroach and then sign this agreement if someone needs the property. It gets narrow driving down some of these alleys in town, and that area of town is zoned, my son's property is zoned for fourplex. So you definitely have to have alley access. And yes, today it isn't. It's a duplex there. But it's like you have to keep planning for the future. If someone signs an agreement, they sign a contract, they can't just say, wow. And the fence builders, they told us, they said, no, you can't move the fence. She's like, I'm paying for the fence. You're putting it where I tell you. So it's not like she made a mistake. That's what I have to say. Thank you for listening. I would love resolution on this that would show that the town does follow the permits that they do. This is over 6 months now that I've been trying to get something. And I keep saying it's litigation between my son and him. No, it's about the town's alley. That's what I keep trying to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you. I hate to do this to you, Dave, but I'm going to have to go home. So I am going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Knutson and let him finish it. I am not feeling well at all. No, I've got my car. I can make it. So I apologize to the town, but I really do need to go home.
I've run out of juice, so I need to use a mix.
Okay. You want to move over? It's not
Yeah.
that far. I think I'll be okay. Thank you.
I Please go ahead and identify yourself and address the board. Thank you.
Yeah. Ashley, can you hold on just one moment? I think that microphone battery might be dying, so.
Thank you.
hope you feel better. So I don't really want to be here at this late date or hour talking about this either. I have a 8-year-old who's with friends right now and has been for 5 hours. So I'll try to make it brief. So this alley is 16 feet wide, and there are 3 encroachments in just my block in the alley. One is Jim from the print shop. He has a railroad tie retaining wall that exceeds, it's 2 feet into the 16-foot alley. The property line on his side is the 2 telephone poles. You can see his railroad tie fence is clearly over by about 2 feet. And Patrick, Mary's son, has a fence that has 7-foot posts, which are all taller than mine. And those posts exceed more easterly into the alley than my fence does at any point. So the encroachment, the furthest encroachment into that alley is Patrick's fence. You can go stand on the hillside and look down the line, and you will see that his fence post is more easterly of any of my fence posts. And Jim's retaining wall is more westerly of the telephone poles. My point being, there are many, many encroachments in this town. I did not do it intentionally. I don't know what Mary thinks she knows. That was not done intentionally. I have, my goal was to encase my yard, have my kids in the yard, no intention of encroaching. If there is an encroachment, it was determined by her surveyor, who was hired way after the fact, way, way, way after the fact. Here's what I did to put the fence up. I called DMEA. I said, is this going to be in your way? And they said, no. I asked the gas company, is this in your way? No. Communications, no. Nobody had a problem with it. I came to the town. I submitted my permit application, paid $50. It was approved in February, at which point I went ahead and ordered all these materials for this fence that had been approved. So if you guys had approved like a public works project or a contractor to do something, and then later said that it was not following the rules, but they had spent all this money, would you then reverse it and make them take the whole thing down? I mean, I've spent $15,000 on the fence, and I'm not kidding you. I have spent over $10,000 in legal fees to date trying to resolve this matter. I am trying to resolve this matter. This is a civil matter. This should not be before the town council, with the exception, as Tammy pointed out, we can talk about a potential encroachment, but it was not intentional. I'm not a mean person. I'm not a consumer. I have one property. Mary and Patrick and their whole family owns dozens of properties in this area. Patrick doesn't even live at that house. Okay, so my point here is that this encroachment is minor compared to the many encroachments in this town. If you looked at my packet, you guys, you can walk a 100-yard perimeter around my block, and you will see 7 encroachments, 3 trespasses, many height violations. So my point being, I feel like I've been very singled out here, okay? And all of the encroachments in this town must be considered with equal scrutiny to mine. Otherwise, this is discrimination. It really is. This is not just my fence. You guys, there are fences all over the place encroaching in town property. I didn't do it like I'm gonna build a grand fence and encroach on everyone's property. We're talking, Mary's saying 2 feet, no, we're talking inches. At one corner of the fence, there's a dispute about 3 inches. The main point, the furthest point, the dispute is about 12 inches. It's not 2 feet, okay? And it's still in dispute because her son has reneged on our legal agreement, okay? That's where we're at. And I don't want to go into this. It is a personal matter. I think it should not even be here. It's a civil matter. But it's been dragged over and over again by this woman before the board. The person who owns the property isn't even here. She's his mother, okay? So, yeah. I am very frustrated too. This has ruined my summer. It's cost me, I could have burned the fence down and rebuilt it for the same amount of money I've spent trying to fix this, okay? And the town granted approval of the fence. So you don't go back after the fact. I bought the materials. I spent, and I included this in my packet, I spent $4,000 ordering cedar beams to go across. You can't just cut the top of a fence like that off. You have to readjust all the boards. It's gonna cost me $10,000, $15,000. I'm broke. I am done. You guys, I moved here as a single mom, okay? You wanna make, I mean, really, come on. You grant me an encroachment license. That's what it's called. They do it all the time in other communities. It's not intentional. Grant an encroachment license to Patrick. Patrick's post is, like I said, more easterly than mine, and it's taller. And Jim's railroad tie thing is encroaching too. So if you're gonna, penalize me, you gotta penalize everybody. It's totally unfair. It's ridiculous otherwise. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a really frustrating situation for both parties, I'm sure. Does the board, from the testimony they've heard or from the input they've heard, have any action they want to take moving forward?
You have more public comment, Dave.
Sorry. Okay, let's take Suzanne and Bill and then Mary.
I don't want to take anything away from Ashley's or Mary's comments, but I do want to point out, you're saying now that there's a list, a checklist. All the steps were not completed aside from this because just because you get a variance doesn't mean that you can waive the rights of the International Building Code. And in the code that we currently follow, fences over 6 feet need a building permit. Doesn't matter if you get a variance for a house that's taller. The variance does not excuse you from a building permit. And if the fence cost $15,000, that was a loss of $320.45. So if fences are taller than 6 feet, they need to follow the building code. It says right on the application, it's the first item there. And that was overlooked too. Thanks.
Thank you.
After 11, man, this is like old times.
Thank you, Bill.
Anyway, yeah, I can't even read my notes. I don't know who's right in the civil matter, but I'm circulating a petition that if enough people sign it, and I'm pretty sure they will, and if people vote for it in the spring when it's on the ballot, it gives both of these people the right to seek redress from the town. I think the town has wronged both of them. The town has this faux rule about these fences. I think if you really dug into this, this whole thing was a figment of Mr. Knight's imagination. It's in the wrong section. It's not being administered right. The building code, if the building permit had been pulled as required, the checklist for the building permit is you got to prove where your property lines are. The town dropped the ball on this, and I don't know who's right in this thing, but this is another case where the town has not done what it's supposed to do, and has set neighbors against each other. And the reason we have these rules is to help us live together. And so, like I say, and as far as the, and it just goes on and on. Mr. Nerland's, the way I read the letter, which should have been in this packet, all this stuff should have been in the packet. The agenda item is the fence. Well, let's see the paperwork. It's not there. His letter, the way I read it, it was an offer to lower the fence. It should have included at least, I can see the explanation that the administrator had the power to negotiate this to some degree and empower the attorney to make this offer, but it should have included the stipulation that this is subject to the town's purchasing policy. We just heard that it might cost 15 grand to lower this fence. Has this offer been made or not? I don't know, but I agree. The town should get out of the fence business. And it comes back to the old question is, where do you start enforcing the law? You know, it's a big quandary in Paonia. Everybody else is doing it, why can't I don't know what the answer is, but you guys get to figure it out. And like I say, if this initiative is passed, these people, Mr. Nolan is going to try to shoot it down, I'm sure, at some point. But if it goes through, they'll both have the power to take the town to municipal court and seek damages. So, thanks.
There was another comment. Thomas, do you want? Oh, okay. I'll let Mary. Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to, I mean, this is a huge mess. And I don't want to be a broken record, but I do wonder who Karen thinks is responsible for this big mess.
Thank you.
Mary DeFranco. My son did a survey on his property to try to resolve this. In that whole area, there has never been a survey done since the town originally platted that in 1900-something. That's why the original fences in places is where the property line is, because back when that was plotted, they did not have GPSs. It's like everything is off. It's like this, that, and so you go by where the sidewalk is, you go by this. That's why you follow the original fences that are there. The fence post she's talking about would be at the end of the alley. That fence post has been there, I don't know how many years. It's like some of this stuff, when you go back, 50, 60 years, of course there's encroachments because people thought their property was where it wasn't. But when it's clear that this is where the fence was, you can get a tape measure, you can measure and say, yeah, this is where she had Wilmore Surveying Company come and flag that for her. And they said it's the fence line. So she did know. Thank you. And we have not been asking for the height to be reduced. We just want the fence to be on the property lines. So it's not about taking the fence down because of the 7-foot height. That isn't not been the issue. It's about putting the fence on the property line.
And your suggested course of action for the town?
My suggested course of action for the town would be to tell Ashley Sargent to put the fence back on the fence line of the alley where it always was. She signed an agreement to do that. I don't know why the town would be responsible for that. The old fence was there. You can see where the old posts were. So, thank you.
You. And so if you could please also give us a suggested course of action for the town, please.
Okay, I just want to say two things in response to that. When we initially had a discussion, the first time Patrick called me, it was months after the fence was up, months. And Patrick and Mary said, do you want to come over and talk about it? I said, sure. Walked over. She thought I was Heidi, the neighbor. We started chatting. And Mary said, if you hire 3 different surveyors, you are going to get 3 different results. Because I said, let's just get a survey. And she said, no, if you hire a surveyor, you're just going to get a different result from a different surveyor. Well, we hired the same surveyor, and we got different results, you guys. Go figure. So we actually hired the same surveyor. Tracy Gunn told me, oh, yeah, you can go down this line, right here, this line. And he did not do a formal survey, even though I hired him to do one. And yet he did this pristine, amazing survey after the fact with the stake that was put in the ground. That stake didn't appear until July, June, way after the fence was already up. So I just want to say that the survey matter did not come up until far after this fence was already up. And then I do want to say that Mary's not being truthful in that several weeks ago she and her whole family went out and they moved the fence posts. You actually reestablished the fence posts, put in 7-foot fence posts, they were this high. She replaced them with 7-foot fence posts. You can go see, and they're way more easterly than they were. So they're further into the alley. So they actually encroached into the alley far after the fact. So the story that's being told is not completely accurate, and I really don't want to, I don't want it to be petty. I don't want this to even be happening. Like, I think this is ridiculous that we're even at this point. So I'm sorry, I just really would like to see a resolution here, and I think the most elegant solution is to grant a license, an encroachment license, which I guess is a common matter with small deviations like this. And that was not what I was seeking going into it. I'm not thinking I'm going to annex lots of real estate. I know that there are 3 encroachments in this particular alley. And so it's a very common issue. It's not just with me. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Does the board want to take action on this tonight? I don't see a motion. Okay. So, no action. Move it to the next agenda. We have tired puppies here.
I don't know. I agree. It's a mess. It's a horrible mess for everybody involved, and really unfortunate that this has happened.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how we fix it.
Okay.
I hate to keep pushing this forward because this is another thing that, like, this is something that started last spring, last winter. What are we doing? Like,
But, I mean, there's no requirement that you guys address this tonight in any way, so, or in the future. I mean, broadly, you have potentially an encroachment, but that's the extent of it.
Just as a reality check, where are we at for time? We need an extension.
I move that we drop the next item off the thing and we adjourn.
The motion is that we drop the next couple agenda items and we adjourn at this point. Is there a second to the motion? Motion dies for lack of second.
You have to do the opioid thing.
I have a question before I would second it. I'm sorry. Is there a timeline on the opioid settlement? I can't remember.
In theory, I think we could get it at the late November meeting. I guess I would just get I think it would be good to be able to represent to our partners in the AG's office if there was a general consensus that the town was okay with the concept. But we've got a motion to, end the meeting, so. I think we could put the opioid thing in the next meeting in November.
So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded that we adjourn the meeting at this point. Any comments from the public or from the board?
I have a
I'm
comment.
sorry. Let's go from the board first. I'm sorry.
yeah, I just want to clarify. So starting with the fence issue, that and all following agenda items would be on our next agenda?
That's my understanding of the motion. Let's actually make it formal. So would you restate your motion?
I thought we were through with the fence issue. I just said to take off the next 2 issues of the item and adjourn.
I don't think we're through with the fence issue. We're just all kind of stuck.
One of the parties cannot be here for the fence issue if we push it off to the next meeting. So do we want to just?
Okay, do what you want with the fence. I'm not.
What is the motion right now?
There isn't any.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
I move that we put the remaining agenda items on the next agenda and make them the first items on the agenda for the next regular meeting, and that we move the fence issue to our first meeting in December, and likewise make it the first item on the agenda.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Board discussion. Is there discussion from members of the public? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Meeting's adjourned. Did Tammy, did you second that motion? Okay. There was some confusion.